เปิดปิดแต่เอาสมัครเปิดเป็นเองได้
Good morning.
Good morning. So, Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that we will commence our program in the next few minutes, and please kindly wait. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning as well from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Cambodia.
Can you hear my voice very well?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Ambassador Ampe.
Hi, good morning, Ambassador Min and everyone.
Very good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here.
Morning.
Good morning, ambassadors.
Morning.
I think it's an exciting morning for us to be together to discuss about the Mekong matters.
Lên xem một sẽ.
So, Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now commence the program. Yes. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the webinar, the joint webinar between the Asian Vision Institute, AVI, and the Embassy of Japan in Phnom Penh on the challenges in the Mekong region, the role of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation. And the objective of today's webinar is to understand and assess geopolitical risks at the regional and national level, and to promote the open multi-stakeholder dialogue on the impacts of geopolitical rivalry in the Mekong region in general and in Cambodia in particular. Without further ado, may I now briefly inform Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, of today's agenda. First, we will have keynote address and opening remarks by our guest of honor. Second, the photo session. Third, the presentation on Mekong region from technical, economic, and development angle. And then we will have 5-minute break. After that, we will move to the panel discussion on Mekong-Japan Cooperation from geopolitical dimension. And last but not least, the closing remark from our guest of honor. Taking this opportunity, I also wish to inform that in our webinar today, we will have honorable guests, presenter, panelists, moderator, and participants from several line ministry, organizations in Cambodia, academia, think tanks, and research institutions, private corporation and representative excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to move to the main agenda. Now, may I respectfully invite Dr. Chamkit, the member of the Board of Directors of ABI, to deliver his keynote address. Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Your Excellency, Mr. Mikami Masahiro, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Kingdom of Cambodia. His Excellency, Mr. Panyarak Pultup, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kingdom of Thailand to the Kingdom of Cambodia. Honorable Noritada Morita, Chairman of the Visionary Group of the Asian Vision Institute, AVI. His Excellency, Mr. Suhyara, Vice Chairman of Commission of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, Information and Media of the National Assembly of Cambodia, and Director General of the Asian Cultural Council. His Excellency, Mr. Soken, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and alternate SOM leader of Cambodia for Mekong Cooperation. The ambassadors of the Mekong countries and their partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen from line ministries, related organizations, think tanks, academia, who are now watching online. It's a great honor and privilege for me to be part of today's seminar on the challenges in the Mekong region, roles of Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Allow me to express my special thanks to His Excellency Ambassador Mikami Masahiro for the confidence in AVI in co-hosting this seminar. This is a kind of goodwill cooperation between us. Further salute is given to the guests of honors, presenters, panelists, moderators, and committed participants from relevant ministries, think tanks, related organizations, students, lecturers who have expressed their strong enthusiasm via Zoom, Facebook Live, Twitter, and YouTube today. I believe that the workshop is relevant and worthwhile. First, we will look at the progress of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation and future direction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Mekong sub-region is one of the world's fastest economies, attracting attention and engagement of various powers, including Japan, India, South Korea, US, and China. The region is facing multiple challenges, such as great powers rivalries, the COVID-19 pandemic, just to name a few. Amidst the fierce geopolitical struggle between major powers, small states have found themselves hard to navigate in between, particularly to ensure that they are not upsetting any major powers while securing their national interests. In addition, the other non-traditional security problems such as COVID-19 pandemic, water and energy shortages, natural disasters, global warming, marine plastic debris have posed a grave concern to the world and the Great Mekong today. Thus, the seminar will be an essential platform whereby all relevant ministries, institutions, and scholars from the Mekong countries and partners can discuss and come up with appropriate policies recommendations to resolve the above mentioned challenges. I strongly believe that our good friend Japan will incorporate the outcomes of today's seminar into future action plans of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation, especially into the Tokyo Strategy, a product of the 13th Mekong-Japan Summit. Ladies, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our honorable guests, ladies, for your kind participation. My special acknowledgement goes to Ambassador Kami Masahiro again, and the energetic team from the Embassy of Japan in Phnom Penh for their support and unconditional trust in our Asian Vision Institute. I hope to see more cooperation between our two institutions in the near future. May I wish everyone a fruitful and enjoyable discussion. May I also wish you good luck and stay safe. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Rati, for your motivational keynote address. And may I now respectfully invite His Excellency, Mr. Megami Masahiro, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Kingdom of Cambodia, to deliver his welcoming remark. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. His Excellency Dr. Chen Reti, Member of the Board of Directors of Asia Vision Institute, His Excellency Mr. Sosiara, Vice Chairman of the Commission on Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, Information and Media of the National Assembly of Cambodia, and Director General of the Asian Cultural Council. His Excellency Mr. Sok So Ken, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, alternate sole leader of the Cambodia for Mekong Cooperation. The Honorable Mr. Morita Noritada, Chairman of the Visionary Group of Asian Vision Institute. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Chumyapso and good morning. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for joining this webinar on challenges in the Mekong region, roles of Mekong-Japan Cooperation. My special gratitude goes to our co-host, Asian Vision Institute. With the attendance of guests with wide perspectives and knowledge, I'm confident that today's seminar will produce a good exchange of views and opinions. As we all know, the Mekong region is at the strategic junction of land and maritime transportation in the area of the Indo-Pacific region. We see it as a rapidly growing partner with great potentials. In the prospect of an economic and social recovery in the post-COVID era, peace and prosperity of this region will surely contribute to reducing regional gaps within ASEAN and accelerating its regional integration. This is of critical importance for Japan and for the entire Asia. In order to promote Mekong-Japan cooperation, Japan has hosted Mekong-Japan Foreign Ministers meetings since 2008 and Mekong-Japan Summit meetings since 2009. We have been upgrading our strategy for cooperation during the summit meeting, which was held in Tokyo, which was held in Japan in every 3 years. This year, the summit is scheduled to be held in Japan, and we will decide a new roadmap of the Japan-Mekong cooperation for the next 3 years. So this is a very important moment. The Mekong-Japan cooperation strategy for the past 3 years, which is named Tokyo Strategy 2018, started in October 2018 from the 10th Mekong-Japan Summit meeting in Tokyo. This strategy has 3 pillars. First, vibrant and effective connectivity. Second, people-centered society. And third, realization of a green Mekong. Based upon this strategy, we have promoted regional cooperation in different fields such as infrastructure improvement, human development, environmental protection, and digitalization. With the synergy in mind with our efforts for the realization of free and open Indo-Pacific. Let me turn to today's theme, challenges in the Mekong region, roles of Mekong-Japan cooperation. There are so many challenges that the Mekong region is facing today. So I'd like to read them for later discussion. Here, I'd like to touch upon only a few points. First of all, the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, is presenting an unprecedented challenge for the world in the Mekong region. We must revive the damaged economy and realize economic growth. But I think we will not be able to simply return to the old way of our life. We must think about the new society in the post-COVID era. And this is totally a new element which we need to consider in formulating our future cooperation roadmap. The second challenge, the current situation in Myanmar also poses a great challenge for the Mekong region, as well as for the international community as a whole. We are deeply concerned about the situation where many civilians in protests across Myanmar are injured and killed by the use of force, and many others are detained. First, Japan strongly condemns the violence against civilians and we call for its immediate halt. Secondly, Japan strongly urges the Myanmar military to release those who are detained, including State Councillor Daw Aung Suu Kyi. Thirdly, Japan strongly urges the Myanmar military to swiftly restore its democratic political system. In order to realize a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Mekong region, we should handle this situation with great care. Thirdly, I cannot emphasize too much the importance of creating a stable international environment. Although we often talk about geopolitical rivalries among major powers, it is essential to manage the situation well and prevent them to develop into a full-scale conflict. Cambodia is geographically located in the center of the Mekong region, and it has suffered major tragedies at the mercy of international politics in the past. So I'd like to count upon Cambodia to use its experience wisely to conduct a stable and balanced diplomacy. This is especially important now because Cambodia is going to undertake the role of Asean chairmanship next year. Japan has fostered good bilateral relations with each country in the Mekong region, and we aim to overlap such bilateral relationship with intra-regional multilateral cooperation, while at the same time collaborating with other countries and regions, including ASEAN, China, South Korea, India, US, Australia, and EU. We respect the unity and solidarity of ASEAN, and we hope to foster win-win relationship in the Mekong region. As I already mentioned, the 13th Mekong-Japan Summit will take place in Japan this year. And regardless of the COVID-19 pandemic, we aspire to set a track that will bring Mekong-Japan cooperation to the next stage. Today, in preparation for the upcoming summit, I'm looking forward to hearing ideas and suggestions on the future of Mekong-Japan cooperation from influential participants. I hope this seminar will become a platform for active and valuable discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank Excellency's Ambassador for your insightful remarks. Now, may I respectfully invite His Excellency Mr. Sopsaken, the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperations of Cambodia, and alternate Som Leader of Cambodia for Mekong Cooperation, to deliver his remark on Cambodia's perspective on the progress and future directions of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Excellencies, please.
Thank you. Excellency Dr. Chamka Rati, Member of Board of Directors of ABI, Excellency Mr. Mikami Masahiro, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Kingdom of Cambodia. Excellency Ambassadors and representatives from the Mekong countries and India, Honorable Noritada Morita, Chairman of the Vision Group of ABI, His Excellency Mr. Suhyara, Vice Chairman of Commission of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, Information and Media of the National Assembly of Cambodia, and Director General of the Asian Cultural Council, distinguished guests and participants. As the alternative Mekong Som leader of Cambodia, it is truly my honor to be part of today's webinar on challenge in the Mekong region, roles of Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Please allow me to express my appreciation to the ABI and the Embassy of Japan in Phnom Penh for the excellent arrangement of this webinar. And I also wish to especially thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan for the unique logo for the 13th Mekong-Japan Summit, which was officially launched earlier this month, marking 2021 to be the year of Mekong-Japan. It has been almost 5 years since I first engaged in this regional platform, and I am pleased to see the fruitful dynamisms of all the Mekong cooperation over the years, in particular, this ever important sub-regional mechanism of Mekong-Japan Cooperation. In sum, Mekong-Japan Cooperation has always been the first mover of many great initiatives, offering an overall improvement of the livelihood to our people in the Mekong countries. I would like to thank the government of Japan, the Embassy of Japan in Phnom Penh, and JICA, Cambodia office, for the strong supports and genuine contribution to Cambodia and her people. Cambodia welcomes Japan's continued commitment towards the maintenance and the promotion of peace, stability, prosperity in the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, globally, 2020 has undoubtedly been the most difficult year in decades as we are gripped by severe multiplexual crisis. The far-reaching impacts of the pandemics are surfacing in every aspect of our life, and the economic downturn poses significant challenges to human welfare, most notably our vulnerable groups who are receiving the short end of the sticks. This pandemic is threatening all of our efforts toward inclusive development and poses risk to reverse our progress of achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Therefore, the effort for strengthening our partnership and collaboration is indispensable. So no country, regardless of size, can overcome the hardships alone. On a more positive note, I am pleased to highlight that despite those challenges, 2020 was a very special year for our Mekong cooperation. We have seen the establishment of the Mekong US Partnership, elevated from the Lower Mekong Initiative, of which Cambodia is the current co-chair, the progression of the practical and inclusive Mekong-Langchang cooperation, the improved partnership to strategic level of Mekong countries and ROK and Republic of Korea, the re-energized Mekong-Ganga cooperation, as well as the initiative by Japan on the Mekong SDGs investment partnership announced by Prime Minister Suga at the 12th Mekong-Japan Leaders Summit. And in last December, the ACMEC Summit endorsed the TOR of ACMEC Fund, paving the way forward for this homegrown sub-regional initiative, of which Japan, as a development partner, is working closely to finalize on the commitment in our joint development plan. And last but not least, we also saw the endorsement of the framework for CLMV development by CLMV leaders and the finalization of Master Plan for Socio-Economic Development 2020 to 2030 for the CLV development triangle area. All these achievements clearly demonstrate our sub-regional commitments and tireless efforts to deepen regional economic integration and promote mutually beneficial cooperation toward achieving an environment of peace, stability, and common development. I am particularly impressed by the tangible outcomes of the Mekong-Japan cooperation, especially by the progress made under the Tokyo Strategy 2018. We are keen to see the continuation of capacity building projects for education, and labor skill development, as well as those that promote sustainable economic development across water, food, energy, and environment nexus. We see the Mekong-Japan Cooperation as one of the mutually reinforcing regional mechanisms that can support Cambodia and other Mekong countries toward the attainment of the UN SDGs and the building of a peaceful, prosperous, and resilient region. Last year, we adopted the Mekong-Japan Initiative for SDGs toward 2030, aiming at addressing all challenges and solutions toward green, sustainable, and inclusive growth, and a joint statement on Mekong-Japan cooperation for achieving universal health coverage and integral strengthening of economic relations to accentuate our solidarity to fight against COVID-19 and to be better prepared for future pandemics. Taking this opportunity, I would like to also express my sincere appreciation to the government of Japan for providing support to the Royal Government of Cambodia through the COVID-19 Crisis Response Emergency Support Loan, amounting to 25 billion yen. Distinguished panelists, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have a few words on Japan's significant role in strengthening coordination and promoting synergy among the existing regional mechanisms. As the world is going through uncertainties, we must stay committed to multilateralism as an essential tool for regional peace, development, and cooperation. Cambodia believes that Japan's commitment to the free and open Indo-Pacific would help to ensure peace, stability, prosperity, and enhanced connectivity for the region, while at the same time would address the urgent need to promote harmony, synergy, and complementarities with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and other cooperation frameworks in the region and beyond. Speaking of the Mekong-led mechanism, allow me to revert back to the ACMEC, that as chair last year, Cambodia is pleased to have Japan as one of the dynamic development partners. And I would like to thank Japan for the interest and active engagement in this platform. Joining our Mekong colleagues, we are looking forward to hearing good news from Japan to kickstart many pending projects to further stimulate development and prosperity for the people of the Mekong and Japan. Therefore, for Cambodia, we believe that all Mekong frameworks should be focused on our complementarities and not be part of any containment policy or a catalyst for bifurcation of world order. As for the new Tokyo strategy for Mekong-Japan Cooperation 2021 to 2023, I wish to suggest our Mekong-Japan colleagues to put more emphasis on 5 priorities, namely, e-commerce investment opportunities under the Mekong Industrial Development Vision 2.0, especially on connectivity, digital innovations, and SDGs. The enlargement of regional and global economic groupings or free trade agreements, rural development through innovative villages, post-pandemic connectivity, including medical and industry connectivity, and legal and judicial cooperation in digital business and cybersecurity. These priorities will be pivotal in further improving regional economic structures, as well as promoting coordinated regional development to ensure inclusive and quality recovery and growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to sum up, I envision many exciting moments for us in Mekong-Japan cooperation towards stronger partnership through policy dialogues on regional issues and challenges to achieve peace, stability, and common development among our region with sustainability and prosperity for our future. Let me conclude my remarks by thanking Japan for fully supporting Cambodia's ASEAN Chairmanship 2022 and the long-standing assistance for the development and prosperity of the Mekong countries. I wish the conference a great success, and I look forward to receiving inputs and recommendation on the future direction of the Mekong-Japan cooperations. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Soksaken, for your impressive remarks. Now we have come to the photo session. In this regard, I would like to kindly request Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to turn on your camera so that our technical team could screenshot the nice photo of us. Thank you, Excellency. Please be prepared. One, two, three. Another one, please. One, two, three. Yes, thank you, Excellencies. So I wish to turn the floor to the panel one. So the panel one is about the presentations on the Mekong region from technical, economic, and development angle. May I now respectfully invite His Excellency Mr. Panyarak Poltop, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kingdom of Thailand to the Kingdom of Cambodia, to deliver his presentation on the synergy between ACMEC and the Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, please allow me to express my thanks to the Asian Vision Institute for hosting this timely seminar, as the Mekong sub-region is now at a critical juncture of challenges, and for the kind invitation extended to me to participate in this meeting. Geopolitically, the Mekong sub-region is situated in the middle of the Indo-Pacific region. With strong potentials and untapped resources, it is an open landscape of opportunities for those from within and outside the sub-region. Many great powers have competed for influence by exerting their presence in the sub-region, which brings about complex engagements with Mekong countries. Furthermore, global-scale phenomena such as COVID-19 and climate change have further complicated developments and threatened the potential future of the sub-region. These challenges require dedicated attention and resources of Mekong countries, as well as support of external partners, in order to tackle them in a comprehensive and sustainable manner. It is evident that the more disruptive our world seems, the more synergized our actions need to be. Before examining the synergy and linkage between ACMEC and Mekong-Japan Cooperation, we should take a closer look at the Mekong cooperation frameworks, which are currently at play in the sub-region. First, the Great Mekong Sub-region, GMS, was established in 1992 with a view to enhancing economic relations between Mekong countries, supported by the Asian Development Bank. Japan has played a key role in the GMS since the beginning. One of the greatest achievements of the GMS is the development of economic corridors, namely the North-South, East-West, and Southern economic corridors, providing strategic and physical connections in the sub-region and laying a foundation for enhanced connection and cooperation between Mekong countries and beyond, or many other issues. Second, to build a more connected, more prosperous, and more sustainable sub-region, leaders of the 5 Mekong countries gathered in 2003 and translated that vision into a reality by initiating the Irrawaddy Chao Phraya Mekong Economic Cooperation Strategy, or ACMEC. It was intended that ACMEC would play a central role in the sub-region's development, while other regional cooperation frameworks would continue to assist the Mekong countries as well as ACMEC. Third, with the same vision in strengthening the sub-region, Japan formed a mechanism, Mekong-Japan Cooperation, in 2008, to play a concrete role in Mekong economic and sustainable development. Establishment of other cooperation frameworks with the participation of major powers which share such a vision and have strong interest in the sub-region then followed suit, such as the Mekong Ganga with India, Mekong ROK, Mekong Lancang with China, and Lower Mekong Initiative, now called the Mekong US Partnership. ACMEC and Mekong-Japan have illustrated their natural synergy and complementarity that stem from a shared vision from the very start. In 2018, both of them took a great leap. ACMEC endorsed its master plan, which set a particular goal to build ACMEC Connect by 2023. It comprises of 3 pillars, namely, 1, seamless, to synchronize and free, smart, and sustainable ACMEX. Likewise, Mekong-Japan endorsed its Tokyo Strategy 2018 that sets the following 3 pillars of cooperation. 1, vibrant and effective connectivity. 2, people-centered society. And 3, realization of green Mekong. Evidently, there is a strong connection between ACMEX and Mekong-Japan. The 2 frameworks can serve to complement each other in their respective areas of common focus, fill in the gaps and missing links of the others. For instance, in terms of connectivity, both aim at creating physical linkages in the sub-region that are mutually beneficial, dynamic, and orderly. In terms of society, both place people at the heart of their goals and attach importance to human welfare, human security, and human development. In terms of sustainable development, both endeavor to create a green economy and society, as well as resource-efficient and environmentally friendly industrial activities, including integrated value supply chain. Furthermore, the Mekong-Japan's Tokyo Strategy 2018 notably subscribes to the synergy with ACMEX as one of its main directions. It demonstrates the great importance to which Mekong-Japan has attached to finding ways and means to work in tandem with ACMEX, especially now that Japan has also become a development partner of ACMEX. More importantly, it also reflects the core value of Japan's policy, that the development of the sub-region should match the Mekong countries' own interests and correspond to their own needs. Despite all the efforts to synergize ACMEX and Mekong-Japan to create prosperous and sustainable Mekong, the sub-region as well as the rest of the world have been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. The heavy tolls are not only the number of infected cases and casualties around the world, but people's ways of life have been greatly affected in the hardest way. Governments, private sector, and the public are under enormous pressure as the global economy nearly grinds to a halt. Transboundary and rapid spread of the virus has tested our abilities to respond and find solutions through cooperation on prevention, treatment, medicine, and vaccines. The pandemic is undeniably the clear and present challenge that the world and this sub-region are facing. At the same time, the situation provides an opportunity for Mekong countries and partners to step back, review and reformulate development policies and cooperation strategies for post-COVID-19 recovery. So the sub-region can quickly re-emerge with stronger resilience and agility, ready for the new normal or the next normal. Another great challenge is the issue of the environment, particularly climate change. Over the years, Mekong countries have increasingly faced both heavier flooding and longer droughts, as well as unpredictable changes in the weather. It has caused pressing problems further in terms of the environment, economy, agriculture, industry, food, health, security, development, and many more. Ultimately, it affects people's livelihood and their daily lives. However, these challenges can provide a window of opportunity to enhance synergy between ACMEX and Mekong-Japan's activities, which should not only be about recovery, but we should aim high for stronger, better, and greener improvements. I'm of the view that the 2 frameworks can combine efforts to help recover Mekong economy through smoothing out obstacles to trade and investment facilitation, harmonization, and interoperability, promoting biocircular green economy, introducing digitalization and digital transformation, extending support to MSMEs and startups, and engaging people in pandemic awareness and preparedness, among others. Looking ahead, ACMEX, Mekong-Japan, and other frameworks could work in partnership, taking into account their shared vision and mutual goal for the Mekong sub-region in the form of concrete projects. First, since Japan is already an ACMEX development partner, which includes Australia, China, India, Japan, Korea, and the US, as well as the incoming New Zealand and Israel, they could help maximize the efforts of ACMEX member countries and participate in the projects contained in the ACMEX list of prioritized projects. Second, Mekong-Japan, as well as other frameworks, could extend, expand, and build on their own projects based on the projects in the said list. Third, in the same way, all Mekong cooperation frameworks should share information on their work and projects, and be able to make use of the others' projects in ways that complement and add value to each other. Furthermore, I should take this opportunity to inform you that Thailand is in consultations with other ACMEC member countries with a view to accelerating the process by packaging the listed projects into 4 categories, namely trade and investment facilitation, digital connectivity, environment, and public health. We believe that in doing so, it will allow more involvement and support from the development partners. We will also welcome new project proposals by our development partners, which aim at benefiting ACMEC and the Mekong sub-region as a whole. Finally, let me briefly share with you Thailand's vision on ACMEC and other Mekong cooperation frameworks. As our homegrown initiative, we see ACMEC as the core of Mekong cooperation strategy, while other frameworks complement and add value to ACMEC and each other. To aptly put, in line with the name of ACMEC, a great river is not of one river, but it originated from small rivers combined. Therefore, in order to build a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable Mekong sub-region, we have to pool our efforts and resources together so as to create synergy and complementarities. Let me also reaffirm that Thailand is fully committed and ready to work with all member countries and partners in ACMEC and other Mekong cooperation frameworks towards achieving such a goal. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Ambassador for your precise presentation. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Long Sarawut, Deputy Secretary General of Cambodian National Mekong Committee, to turn on your webcam for the presentation on water data management and challenges in the Mekong region. Excellency, please.
Thank you very much, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank very much for the Asean Vision Institute to invite Cambodian National Mekong Committee and give me opportunity to present about water data management and challenge in the Mekong region. The content of my present today, the first one is introduction. Second, data management and challenge. As may you know, the Mekong River is the international river, the original from the China, at the altitude about 500 meters above sea level. The Mekong flows through 6 countries: China, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. The Mekong River has a total length of 4,800 kilometers and ranks 12th in the world. It is the largest river in the Southeast Asia. The total area of 795,000 kilometers square ranks 21st of the world. The river has the annual water volume of 475 million metric, ranked the 10th of the world. The flow contribution from China 70%, Myanmar 1%, Laos 41%, Thailand 15%, Cambodia 19%, and Vietnam 8%. The population about 65 million people. As you know, the Mekong flow across Cambodia more than 500 kilometers. According to the sub-degree on the river basin management of the Ministry of Water and Meteorology, we divide in 39 river catchment area. And we divide to 5 sub-basins. The first one we call a coastal zone. Second, we call 3S, that means called Sekong Sesan Report. The third one called Up Mekong from Krachet to Lao border. The fourth one, the sub group around Tendesap Lake. And the last one, Mekong data. This the table of the river catchment. We have the basin group, code, river basin, and area. If you look to monthly observation rainfall over the lower Mekong basin, the past 3 years, 2018, 2019, and 2020. As you see, the color blue is 2018, green is 2019, and red is 2020. If you see, that means the red 2020 is the dry year. Most of monthly rain are below average and below the year 2018 and 19. For the data management, as you know, the Cambodian National Mekong Committee, we have 5 departments and 1 Tendesap Biosphere Secretary. And 1 department are responsible for data management. We call Information and Knowledge Management Department. The mission of the Cambodian National Mekong Committee at the national level to coordinate in managing, protect, conserve, and develop water resource and related to resource in the Mekong River basin in order to contribute to sustainable development of the economic, social, and national infrastructure in the national benefit and population. At the regional level, to coordinate, organize, and implement project and program of the MRC in the cooperation with the National Mekong Committee of Laos, Thai, and Vietnam, and the MRC Secretary. MRC CNC is the one of MRC member with Cambodian, Vietnam, Laos, Ido, and Thailand. MRC intergovernment organized, established through the Mekong 95 agreement. The MRC role is to cooperate at all sectors for development, utilization, management, and conservation of water resource and relative resource in a sustainable manner. 95 agreement is agreement on the cooperation for the sustainable development. To adapt or improve some document or project, we need consensus on cooperation for sustainable development. In this agreement, I would like to some highlight of the main principle of international water law. The first one is sovereign, equality, and integrity in Article 4 of 95 agreement. Reasonable and equitable utilization in Article 5 of the Mekong Agreement, and protect of the environment and ecology balance in Article 3 in the Mekong Agreement. To implement of the Mekong Agreement, we have 5 procedural rules. The first one we call procedure for data information exchange and sharing, PDIS, was signed for country in 2001. The second one, procedure for notification, prior consultant and agree, PNPCA, have been signed in 2003. Procedure for water use monitoring, PWUM, have been signed in 2003 also. Procedure for the maintenance of flow on the mainstream, PMFM, have been signed in 2006. And the last one, procedure for water quality, PWQ, have been signed in 2011. For the data management is PDIS. The PD is to agree rule regulate for the member country to collect, coordinate, exchange, and share Mekong water related data information for their agency and for public use. Under PDs, there are 12 categories of the water related data. The first one, water resource. Second, topography. Third, national research. 4, agriculture. 5, navigation and transport. 6, flood management and mitigation. 7, infrastructure. 8, urbanization and industrialization. 9, environment and ecology. 10, administration and boundary. 11, socio-economic and tourist. PNPCA also assigned the member country to submit and share the list of significant of development projects and hold priority consultation to discuss to transboundary impact on the mainstream Mekong before the commitment is made to proceed. The key product and server of the MRC regarding to the use of data from this category include: first, the MRC public website and the MRC data information service portal website, scenario and impact assessment study for regional public planning in different subject areas such as sea study in 2010, basin development plan, cumulative impact assessment study in 2012, MRC assessment on flood, drought, and climate study in 2014, and MRC consist study in 2018. The overwhelming number of the study report and work paper and series of the public in different Lao Mekong language related to water and sediment, biodata, national climate change, adaptation, water quality, catch and culture, and annual Mekong flood report, etc. The most well-known database is information that is shared through the website, including Mekong hydrology and river monitoring and flood forecasting. This is some diagram of data sharing. In Cambodian, we have the data center, we have the MRCS and stakeholder, we have Cambodian, Laos, Thai, and Vietnam. This is some station, hydromet network in Cambodian. We have in the whole Mekong Basin, we have around 58 telemetry system in that Mekong area. And this is the station classification of station in the whole Mekong. And for the hydromet network system, as you see in the diagram, data collection we use through HIMET. In the station, we have the telemetry system. All this data download by HIMET to quality assurance of data set, and HIMET data in a master catalog, and after that, hydromet relative database. The challenge for the mean of flood in different Cambodian, the first, flood from Mekong. Second, tributary flood, rainfall and upland flood. The fourth, failure of structure due to heavy storms such as levee and storms that were under designed. If you compare this the reason Mekong extreme flood effect in Cambodian in 1978, 1991, 94, 96, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2011, and 2013. This sum of flood is comparing from 2000 to 2011, this map. and you can see this map. Yeah. Also, in the 2020, Cambodian also affected by drought in the north part of Cambodia because severe drought around in June and July. The regional Thailand, the first one, that means different countries in the Mekong region have different stand on the environment management region and cooperation being installed and respected by the MRC. Second, the member country also face issue of the Mekong Basin water governance as there are high in the water infrastructure development in the basin, including hydropower project development and agriculture and irrigation related water diversion by upstream. Limited knowledge for the management of regional environment cooperation for sustainable development in the Mekong River. There would be tendency of the increased support of the economic development in the GMS, while the MRC is concerned about the environment degradation, climate change, and sustainable development, and well-being of down communication link along the Mekong River. So thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Long Saravut, for your interesting presentation on the water data management in the Mekong region and its challenges. Now, may I open the floor to our participant? So if you wish to pose any question to His Excellency Saravut, you can either drop your question on the Q&A box, or you can click on the raise hand button and turn on your webcam for the full interaction with our presenter. Please, is there any question? And for those who actually watch us on live on Facebook, please also drop your question in the comment, please. Okay, so now we got one question from Mr. Pansopet. He's from the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia, and he says that, okay, so he's also actually praised the presentations of our presenter as well. And we got another question on Facebook. It's from Miss Chen Davan. He's the research fellow of AVI, and her question is this: what is the most noticeable challenges on the water data management during the COVID-19, Excellency?
Your question again?
Excellency, she posed a question: what is the most noticeable challenges for water data management in the Mekong region, especially during the COVID-19?
Slide.
Thì cho cho nên bài with permission from Excellency Long Saravut, may I answer to this question. This question is very important for us, and for all to understand the real situation of the Mekong River status and the data management of the Mekong River. As you well aware that the COVID-19 pandemic is a universal issue and problem for the management and implementation of the all activity including the data data use and data management in the Mekong River basin. From the COVID-19, the notice challenge that met by the Mekong River is about the interaction and connectivity of the stakeholder engagement in the Mekong River to share and exchange the data and information. Before the COVID-19, the stakeholder engagement is popular face-to-face. That means the stakeholder could have the consultation. That means normally consultation and the go around the Mekong River to share data, information, and knowledge among the country and between the country and the Mekong River Commission Secretariat, and between the country and the regional and local stakeholder. From the COVID-19, we could not have such kind of the engagement and limited to the video conference. So some misunderstanding, some interpretation, some sharing is very limited, that could not use and implement the existing activity and interrupt by the limited involvement by replaced by the office through the video conference. So most of activity has been interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Around more than 50% is from our observation. And those challenges is also limited to address some issue, the key issue of the Mekong River basin management. This is my observation. Sure.
Yes, so I thank Mr. and His Excellencies for the very precise answers to our audience. So due to time limitation, we got another one question, but please, we will answer directly to our participant because we are running out of time. So may I now turn the floor to another presentation, the second presentation. So now I would like to invite Ms. Kamai Haruko, the Chief Representative from of Japan International Cooperation Agency, the JICA Cambodia, to deliver her presentation on Mekong-Japan's achievement in Cambodia and ways forward. So, Ms. Kamai-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. His Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank organizers organizer ABI and Embassy of Japan for hosting this seminar. It is so unfortunate that we cannot attend the seminar in person and meet each other, but I'm very happy and delighted to be given an opportunity to introduce JICA's activities in Cambodia in connection with Mekong-Japan Partnership. In my presentation, I will show you a broad framework of Japan's foreign policy, FOIP, and Mekong-Japan Partnership, because this policy provides overarching guidance to Japan's official development aid and thereby to JICA's cooperation. Secondly, I will outline JICA's cooperation to Cambodia, highlighting some of our flagship projects and assistance for measures against COVID-19, which is a global challenge that we are facing at the moment. Finally, I would conclude my presentation with future perspectives for our cooperation in Cambodia and its implication in Mekong region. Now, let me briefly talk about free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP, Japan's important foreign policy. I know that many of you are well aware of the FOIP already, but just to recap. FOIP is an overarching and comprehensive concept of Japanese foreign policy. The core idea of the FOIP concept is to establish a rules-based international order and consolidate principles such as free trade, freedom of navigation, and the rule of law, which are essential for the stability and prosperity of region, the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific region, as you can see in my slide, stretches from Asia-Pacific across Indian Ocean to the Middle East and Africa. The FOIP policy suggests that by enhancing connectivity between Asia and Africa, and with ASEAN as the hinge of two oceans, Japan will promote stability and prosperity of the region as a whole. I just would add the circle of Mekong, which is actually the center point of FOIP, as you can see in the slide. FOIP identifies three pillars to realize the vision. The first is promotion and establishment of the rule of law, freedom of navigation, free trade, and etc. The second pillar is pursuit of economic prosperity. The third pillar is commitment for peace and stability. As a part of second pillar, pursuit of economic prosperity, improving connectivity is focused in three aspects: physical connectivity, people-to-people connectivity, and institutional connectivity. And more specifically, in the policy, the improving connectivity in ASEAN, such as East-West Economic Corridor and Southern Economic Corridor, are noted to be focused in the documents. I just want to add the fact that the concept of FOIP, as you may know from the news report, recently was a central agenda in the summit meeting among Japan, Australia, India, and the United States just last week. This fact apparently shows that the significance of the concept of FOIP. Next, I'd like to briefly touch upon the recent policy dialogue between the Mekong region and Japan, the 12th Mekong-Japan Summit. The heads of states of Japan and Mekong region countries gathered in November for the 12th Mekong-Japan Summit. As His Excellency Soken has already mentioned the significance of this summit, so I will not get into the detail, but just I want to mention that the summit adopted the joint statement in which leaders of the Mekong region and Japan reaffirmed the importance of further enhancing hard connectivity, soft connectivity, and the industrial connectivity in the Mekong region. In the summit, Japan's Prime Minister Suga announced the 5 points of cooperation as Japan's tangible contribution to the region, which is present in this slide, also referred by His Excellency, our Ambassador, Mr. Mikami, in his remarks. Having briefly reviewed policy climate, now I'd like to move to the Japan's country assistance policy for Cambodia. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan set Japan's cooperation policy for Cambodia in 2017. This policy has three pillars or priority area as shown on this slide. The first priority area is industrial development. And second one is better quality of life. Third one is fostering a sustainable society through the strengthening of governance. This policy also notes the importance of promotional measures for the Mekong region and strengthening connectivity through Southern Economic Corridor, Japan-Mekong Connectivity Initiatives, the development of quality hard and soft infrastructure. So now let me move on to our activities in Cambodia. JICA, as an implementing agency of Japan's ODA, we follow Japan's cooperation policy in its portfolio management and the focus area of our cooperation to Cambodia. Based on the cooperation policy for Cambodia, which I have just explained in the previous slides, JICA set three priority areas. The first, basically same as the one set in by the policy by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The first pillar is industrial development, and the second one is better quality of life. The third one is governance. Under these three pillars, we have quite a wide range of cooperation activities in this country, but our ultimate goal is to assist the government of Cambodia so that the government can success in achieving an upper middle income country status by 2030, which is a vision set by the government of Cambodia. Now, let me show you two examples of our flagship project in its achievement from our history of cooperation since 1993. First example is the project alongside Southern Economic Corridor. These projects are implemented under the pillar of industrial development. From the perspective of the FOIP and other related policy, the project alongside Southern Economic Corridor to connect Cambodia with Thailand, Vietnam are quite important. JICA has been continuously investing in enhancement both of physical and institutional connectivity by improving of major national roads, port, electronic power supply, and logistics system and trade facilitations. Just example of such efforts are presented in this huge slide. The most outstanding one, I would say, is the Sihanoukville port. We have been supporting the Sihanoukville port since 1999 at the stage of urgent rehabilitation under the after the Civil War. And we have been continuously supporting the Sihanoukville port to develop its capacity to handle the cargoes by now for about 20 years. The other example would be the rehabilitation of National Road number 1 and 5, and other projects such as construction bridges, Kizuna Bridge and Tsubasa Bridge are well known by the people in this Cambodia too. We also provide assistance to logistics sector and institutional capacity building and electricity supply. I just want to note that these infrastructure projects are based on master plans, feasibility studies, and technical cooperation to ensure quality of infrastructure. Quality infrastructure is another focused point that the Japanese government has been focused on for a long time. The next example I'd like to share with you is the water supply. Under the second pillar, better quality of life, we have water supply cooperation and also urban transportation and health sector, but I just would like to pick up the water supply cooperation under this pillar. The We have started our cooperation in water supply sector going back to 1993, and we have been preparing together with the government of Cambodia the master plan and also the investment in physical facilities of water supply, also technical cooperation. As a result of this cooperation, since 2001, newly 1 million people have access to safe water, and the other indicators of success would be the improving the population coverage of 25% in 1993, and it reached to 90% to 2006, and also the non-revenue water ratio was 72% in 1993, but dropped to 5.94%. So we are very proud to present this achievement, what known as the Miracle of Phnom Penh, and we will continue to work together with the government of Cambodia to sustain, expand the success of these achievements on nationwide scale. Now, I'd like to explain about our cooperation in Cambodia for COVID-19 countermeasures. JICA has been assisting the government of Cambodia in maternal and child health since 1997. And they provide grant aid assistance for improvements of NHCHC, the health center for children and mothers, and the provincial referral hospitals in several provinces such as Sihanouk, Svay Rieng, Battambang, Kampong Cham, and etc. Responding to COVID-19 pandemic, we have launched Initiative for Global Health and Medicine, which aims at further enhancement of health system combat with COVID-19 with focus on prevention, treatment, and precautions. JICA has, in Cambodia, JICA has provided COVID-19 crisis response emergency support loan in November 2020, and we are committed to expand assistance in health sector and related area to assist government efforts by providing medical equipment for immediate needs, and also by establishing more broad healthcare system to control COVID-19 in longer perspective. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to share 3 perspectives for our future cooperation to further strengthen ties between Mekong and Japan through our engagements in Cambodia. First is the connectivity. Connectivity in physical, institutional, and people-to-people is a key for success, because today in the world, most of the economic activities cannot sustain within a single country. Many of industry have established and relies on cross-border supply chain, as we all know. Therefore, it is very important that Cambodia will remain as a part of the world supply chain by maintaining quality infrastructure and logistics, institutional efficiency, and competent human resources. So we will work together with the government of Cambodia in this aspect in future too. The second is about the COVID-19. In the context of the fight against COVID-19, JICA is ready to enhance our assistance in enhancing health system in Cambodia to make the society more resilient to COVID-19 and other possible pandemics. As witnessed in past months, and many of the presenters and panelists has already mentioned, COVID-19 is the biggest threat to health and livelihoods of people that the world has faces. And the collective efforts are required to cut off the chain of cross-border infection. It is important that each country in Mekong region will be COVID-19 resilient, which will lead to resilient Mekong, resilient ASEAN, and the resilient Indo-Pacific region. And last but not least, none of development goals will be achieved without quality people. Therefore, JICA will continue to focus on human resource development by offering training programs, scholarships, and technical assistance. These opportunities will enhance not only knowledge, skills, and ability of individuals, but also, I believe, personal connection and networks among people in Cambodia and Japan. and also eventually will strengthen the ties among the Mekong, the country in Mekong region and in Pacific region. Okay, now that is all from me, and thank you very much for your attention and this opportunity of the presentation. Thank you very much.
I thank Ms. Kamei-san for your presentation on the Mekong-Japan achievement in Cambodia. Now I would like to open the floor for the Q&A session for our participant as well. So again, if you want to drop the question, you can either drop the question in the Q&A box in the Zoom, or raise the hands button to show your actual face in the screen. And for those who watch online, please also post your question on Facebook. Thank you, please. Okay, I think we got one question, two questions from Henry Ong. Excellency, how do you anticipate the possibility of Japan-China cooperation in the Mekong region, especially in Cambodia?
Thank you very much for the good question. It's very difficult to answer. I think JICA is part of the donor partnership committee here in Cambodia. That we participate in different kind of donor coordination meeting to share the information about our activities here in different sectors. So I really hope that China will join the donor coordination meeting, and also follow the ODA guidelines indicated present by the DAC, OECD DAC. That's the community or the donor country join and discuss about the collaboration and then the principle that we have to follow when we implement the ODA project. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Kamei-san. We got another question from Facebook. It's from Mr. Tongmeng David. He's posted that Japan is always been a good friend and a great partner for the Mekong country, especially for Cambodia. In the spirit of traditional friendship, Japan Japan had provided millions of assistance in the field of education, social and infrastructure development, and so on. What are the main challenges that Japan face in achieving this goal?
Thank you very much for the very good question. As the participant mentioned, the JICA has a long history of collaboration in education sector in Cambodia, and we have been enhancing the teachers training facilities as well as schools and classrooms in different regions. And also now we have been focusing on the improvements of the curriculum and contents of the education in science and math fields. We will continue to work with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports to sustain our activities and further enhancement of the quality of education. The difficult part is, of course, under the COVID-19, most of the schools are closed at the moment. But with the help of the Japanese private company called ThinkSync, now the Ministry of Education has introduced the online application so that the children can keep their learning even at home. And the JICA is very much happy that we are the part of this engagement. So definitely the human resource development, as I said in my presentation, is the core and the driving force of the economic growth of this country. So we are keen to continue our support in this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kamei-san, for your great presentation and motivative presentation as well. Thank you, Ms. Kamei-san. And now I would like to invite our third presenter. May I now invite Mr. U Panarat, the Director of ICT Security Department of the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, to present his presentation on the digitalization in the Mekong region. Mr. U Panarat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sutirat. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants in the Zoom, also in Facebook. Yes, very good mornings. Yes, my name is Pandarat. Once again, I am a director of ICT security from Ministry of Post and Telecom. So what I'm going to talk this morning, I would like to touch on cyber security perspective in the building confidence during the post-COVID era for the digitalization in the Mekong regions. Yeah. So key several agenda for my discussion today is I would like to raise about the challenges of the digitalization as a whole in the regions, as well as the impacts of the cyber security along when we are moving to the digital, and also finally the commitment, also what we have done so far in the regions to ensure to build the confidence for everyone for online connectivity. As you may know, COVID-19, we can say that is the major driver force to accelerate the digitalization in the region as well as digital transformation. It is not about the CEO, it is not about your management, but the COVID-19 pushes us very fast for digitalization and digital transformation. So as we are aware, digital transformation is a journey. It is not a one-time activity that need to be finished when we are moving to this digital era. So we have some challenges. I can say it in the regions when we're talking about it. First is about the digital skill itself. We still have the gap between those countries in the Mekong regions, between executive, between the management level, and also between the technical level. So these are one of the barrier when we talking about the digitalizations. The second is about the affordable universal access to the high-speed broadband. Some countries still have a high cost on the internet connectivity, and also it is not accessible by some certain people, certain area. So this is quite a challenging one that the region are facing during this period as well. Policy and regulation is not going fast as expected to the technology itself. So the governments of the region in each of the region need to consider and to move forward with the new emerging technology to adopt, maybe to come up with some certain policy for industry, for people, and for business. Logistics in an issue because of the COVID-19, and we can see it, and it is also the barrier that we cannot open up our business to the world because of the disconnected in the logistic chains. And finally is about technology. When we talk about the digitalizations, we have to think about everyone, inclusive. We do not left anyone behind it. So every government need to consider and target it to everyone when we talking about the digitalization itself. And one of the key important is about the trust. How to ensure that when the people's going online, when they are using the digital technology, they are safe and they are not have been the targeted, or they have the measures to ensure that they have some capability, they have enough capability to respond if any kind of incident happens. Therefore, that's a regional challenges. In terms of the digitalizations, first, I think we need to ensure that the digital payment at the national levels need to run in the country itself, and also to ensure that when they open up, so there is a interoperability between the regions. The second is about the breaking the logistics barrier and the growth of the regional e-commerce. The third is the policies and the regulation, and especially on open data flow, open API, and consistent with global rule and standard. That is the major force for digitalization, not only just inside the country, but it's interconnected between the regions. And last but not least is about the national digital identity to ensure secure verifications real time to improve the efficiency of the online business, online commerce, and online communications. That also a challenging in the region as well in terms of the trust and verifications of the identity across the country, across the border, across the border, not inside the country, but across the border. We are difficult because we don't have a regional identification system or regional mutual recognition to connect each other. So why is it when we are moving to that level, you know, everything is connected. We also see a challenging in cyberspace. Cyberspace also moving very fast and also unexpectedly. It is now is not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. It mean that you can be attacked anytime. So are you ready? Are you prepared to respond to counter to this kind of attacks? And who has been hacked and who don't know yet? So it means that everyone has been hacked. But the problem is, you know it or not. That's the issue in terms of the digitalization that we need to take care of. Each worlds are changing. Last time, I'm talking about the bad guy in this case. They need to ask you for the key for some certain stealing or money or whatever like that. But right now, it's not about that. They have the key, and then you bring the money to them to ask for the key from the bad guys. So it is changing from the physical, from the earlier and up till now in cyberspace. It's completely different. And during this COVID period, we can see a lot of attacks in cyberspace. For example, the phishing attacks regarding the COVID-19 situation, regarding to the COVID-19 research. And there is also a cyber attack to try to stealing the intellectual property of the vaccine itself. A lot of these are currently happens when each country are busy to connect everyone together because of we cannot have face-to-face meetings. And the second challenges that we are seeing this during this period as well is about the ransomware attacks. So the region is very maybe very challenging with this type of attack, and it's going up another level. It can encrypt your file. Not only that, they will threaten to post those sensitive information if you don't pay the money. So this kind is really a headache, can say like that, and really we are facing quite challenging this term of attack. And last but not least, that when we are going to connect it, it's about the supply chains. Now it's going up to the supply chain attacks that, as we can see, that technology is interdependencies. So everyone is connected to each other. So if one has been attacked in the chains, the rest will also affect it. For example, as recently the attack in the United States of the SolarWinds attack, you can see this is the example of the digitalization. Everywhere is using technology, so you depend on the others. So if the others got problem, you will be affected. So what we have done so far in the region to ensure to build a confidence in the use of ICT and also for the businesses. First, we have third-to-third cooperation. It's about the incident response team in the region. We work with each other, we share information with each other, and we issue the advisory, the countermeasure to this kind of attacks. We do capacity building and we do cyber drill for enhancing, for improving the capacity of the technical peoples. And also we do the joint awareness program to raise the understanding of the importance of the cyber security for the people who are involved. And we do the ASEAN CERT. That is cover more than the Mekong region. If for 10 countries, we will go moving forward to establish the regional incident response team for handling the cyber attacks. And also we in 2020 we established the ASEAN Cyber Security Coordination Committee. It is the coordination body at ASEAN level that combination of all related stakeholders on cyber security in the government, from defense, from Ministry of Information, from law enforcement, and from the cyber security perspective. So everyone is sitting together, including including the foreign affairs as well. They're sitting in this committee together to solve the interconnected problem that we not touch on the individual problem, but it interconnected. So we talk and we show together at this level. And this is the challenging, the quite challenging as well for digitalization, for connectivity, and for business, doing business across the border is about the data governance. We are happy to share with you that in last ADG mean we adopted some several framework for doing business across the border, especially for sharing the data across the border. We adopted implementation guideline for ASEAN data management framework and cross-border data flow. We adopted ASEAN data management framework, and lastly about the Asian model contractual clause. It means if business in one Mekong country doing business with another Mekong country, you can take this model, the contractual clause, and doing and putting into the implementation, and it will recognize by both parties, and it serves as the best practices, the benchmark for the doing business in the regions, for especially if you need to share data across the partner across the region. So that's what we have been achieving. And I think that lastly, every country in the Mekong regions are trying to formulate the cyber security agency in order to ensure to monitor, to coordinate this cross-cutting issue effectively, and this important law to ensure that the digitalization is moving forward with confidence and the security. So we are working together for cyber security law and data protection law. So in the region, mostly they are currently working hard on these two issues to adopt and to accelerate the digital connectivity, also the digitalization in the regions. Yeah, that's all for my presentation today. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upanrat, for your interesting presentation. And I think we got two questions, one from the Zoom chat here and another one from Facebook. So let me post the question in the Zoom first. It's from Tong Loi Tongha, I'm sorry. He's posed a question: how to defend cyber attacks and how to solve this problem as a national security.
How to defend cyber attack and how to solve it is never-ended answer actually. Yeah. So in terms of you defend cyber attack as a national security, first we need to recognize is the cyber attack is a national security or not. This is one. Secondly, we need to define that is that cyber attack it mean attack our sovereignty or not. You know, this the second thing that we need to clarify, because if we think that it is the national if the cyber attack is a national security, it means the government commitment to put more money, to put more effort to protect, because it is national security concern. And also, if it is about the national sovereignty, it will lay out a plan for countermeasure. If something happens, so it affects our sovereignty. So what is the countermeasure that we need to apply? Apply in terms of technically, apply in terms of legally, and apply in terms of foreign relations. So those are the measures that can be applied and respond to this kind of cyber attack. I cannot say specifically. If we want to specifically, we need to lay out what I have been asked, and also we need to have a proper cyber security strategy as a whole. And for your information, yes, government of Cambodia are currently moving forward to that. As we will have the digital economy and society policy framework, and some layout of the 10 key policy measures in terms of cyber security, in terms of digital movement, in terms of policy, also in terms of SMEs, all inside there. I think you expect to see it in May or the earliest in April. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Panarat. And we got another additional question. I think it's related. So can I pose again? It's from Mr. Lunpik Dara. What do you think about the royal government of Cambodia's national internet gateway?
Actually, I am not in charge of this matter. And as clearly stated by the MPTC in the announcement, that for some certain objective for collection the revenue, for protecting national security and culture, and the other, I don't remember it so well. But I don't have anything to clarify because the Ministry of Post already clarified about it. I can send you later the link to the clarification. I don't have anything to elaborate more on that.
Okay, thank you. And we got more and more questions on the cybersecurity. So, so one last question, and the remaining we'll answer directly. So the last question from Ms. Kim Ling Tang. She posed the question: as Cambodia is a developing country, the ability and knowledge of the people about digitalization and technology are still limited. How can Cambodia adapt itself in digitalization efficiency and effectively?
That's why my short answer, that's why the government is roll out the national policy framework on digital economy and society. So that one is rolled out with 3 pillars: digital government, digital business, and the last one is about digital connectivity, the infrastructures. Those are the important key, and include digital citizens. So in the digital citizen pillar, they roll out all the measures to raise up the digital capability of everyone in the chains, including government, industry, and also for citizens. They're working with relevant ministry like education, digital academy of technology of Ministry of Post, and MISTI Research Institute. So all relevant parties will be involved in this policy, and this policy is last until 2030. I think in 15 years. So concrete plan and budget and the commitment of the government is putting into that policy. You can read more when the policy is coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upanarat, and thanks all participants for your interesting question. So now let me move to the last presenter in the panel one. So may I now invite Dr. Cao Pisat, the first Vice President of AVI and the Director of the Center of Sustainable Development Study, to deliver his presentation on Mekong-Japan's Green Recovery Initiative. Please, Doctor.
Good morning. Honorable guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor to be on this panel on the Mekong, to give presentations on the Mekong Green Recovery Initiative. And this Green Initiative is one of the plan, it's lies well in the plan of the Tokyo Strategy 2018. That focus on difference on the connectivities on balance and sustainable development and green Mekong. But this my presentation focuses not only on the conservation or environmental management part of climate change response, but it more on integrated approach toward recoveries. And the government of Japan also have promised to have the Mekong country in fighting or recover from the COVID crisis. And for these presentations, I would like to share more elaborations of what some of the honor guests already highlighted. It's on the innovative rural developments. And the proposal for my project for this one is the what I call the place-based people-centered development is a mean for green recoveries in the Mekong. What do I mean by the place-based people centers? And when we talk about place-based, it's more about try to capitalize all the resources and potentials. It's like digging the diamond from the soil for the development of the areas and make the areas or place more attractive to investors or to the people to come and live there. Because in many areas, in rural areas, they face a problem with the migrations, face a problem with the abundance of rural villages, which leads to unhealthy rural development or unsustainability of rural community development. Again, when we talk about when we focus more on the place-based development and without consideration to people-centered, it also leads to the case where the areas or the place is very attractive, attract a lot of people to come into the areas, but it at the expenses of local people who are the direct beneficiaries or who are the one who receive direct impact from development. So that's the reason I would like to propose for a place-based people center by encouraging people to get involved more into the project development, into the development project from the government, from any donor projects, and provide opportunity for the people to take a lead, to take ownership and responsibility of their development pathway. And they can involve in, for example, tourist activity, in handcraft, in environmental stewardship, in cultural conservation, and so on. And through this, in the place-based people centers development, we also, it is a intersectoral and multidisciplinary approach that can apply the environmentally ecosystem-based approach or nature-based solutions. We can apply environmentally and friendly technology, clean technologies, green infrastructures, forest protection, river protection, water management, waste management, our development activity. For For example, tourism development, we can manage solid waste by using the approach called reduce and recycle. And at the same time, we can use the incinerator that can burn the solid waste and release very minimal and leave very minimal waste to the wasteland. And we can also promote safe agriculture, promote private public partnerships or cultural protection or creative industry. So with this kind of people-centered, place-based people-centered, we can apply different angles that will maximize and capitalize the potential of the area while provide maximum benefit to local people who are the direct beneficiaries of the projects. And with that, I would like to give an example of the place-based people-centered development by introducing to you the projects called Techo 100 Villages projects. It is being initiated by the Royal Government of Cambodia and highly welcomed by the Asian Cultural Council, in which Excellency Sujara here, he's the Director General of the Asian Cultural Council, and ABI is playing advisory roles of the for the projects, and now we are a member of the Interministerial Committee for Coordination and Implementation of the projects. Why do I show these projects? I strongly believe that it can be one of the models that we can use to illustrate to other countries that the projects can be of relevant. It will be helpful for the Green Recovery Initiative. Could you go back to the slide, the other slide? MC, could you go back to the slide, the other slide on the graph on the projects? So the projects, we will have culture as the core of the development, because in the Mekong region in Cambodia, we have rich culture. Culture in here, it can be heritage, historical and cultural heritage, and can be a life culture that can be used for the catalyst for development. And this development projects, they are guided by 5 main pillars, including technologies, education, cooperations, humanity, and ownership. Technology here, we do not focus only on the digital technology, but indigenous technology. For green technologies, any technology that are relevant from indigenous knowledge to the modern technologies. And education, it linked also to the Japan's Tokyo Strategy 2018 on human resource development. Here is not only focused on the formal education, it can also link to vocational training, on cooking, on hospitalities, on handicraft, and many other education programs that local areas and local people need in order to develop and get income generation. And cooperations, it's a multi-stakeholder cooperation from different stakeholders, from governments, different line agencies, from the private sector, from NGO, from development partners, and so on. And the focus is, and then we focus on humanity. We're more about to help people live in happiness and prosperity by staying in their own homeland, enjoying and spending good time with the family, rather than traveling far away, leaving behind some of the vulnerable groups like parents or young children. And of course, we have the ownerships. Ownership between local ownership, as I highlighted about. And these are the key pillars. And with that, when we apply that, we hope to achieve the 9 output as we highlight, including employment, sustainable inclusive development, human resource development, and so on. And so, yet again, I believe this project will contribute significantly to the achievement of Green Recovery Initiative that Japan and other countries in the regions. And it also can link between the nexus between climate development and environment through the ecosystem-based approach and nature-based approach, while generating income and contribute to economic growth. Move to the next slide, please. One more. Yeah, and this is just one of the examples that the project have already received funding. Actually, it's Japan Fund for Poverty Reduction through the ADB for community-based tourism COVID-19 recovery projects. It focuses on tourism, but at the same time, the projects will link to agricultural development, cultural preservation, to livelihood improvement, and there are different activities that, for example, prawn farming, it's agricultural, aquaculture productions that will lead into income, local income generations, employment, and national growth. And next slide, I'll just show you some of the activity that we're gonna do for the projects. With starting with the culture. This is Phnom Penh, the homeland of Cambodia, the birthplace of Cambodia, where the cultural is rich there, history is rich there, but it's still under development. Their potentials have not been explored, and they have the beautiful scenery around the area that can be explored, used as one of the attractions area for local peoples. And currently, this area is very close. It's 80 kilometers from Phnom Penh, but the number of the visitor there is relatively slow. So with that huge potential that we can attract the purchasing power from Phnom Penh, we believe that this area will be significant for tourism attractions, for the place-based people-centered development. And this one is not only the site. We have two sites. One is in Phnom Penh in Angkor Varai, Takai province, and another one in Prem Vihear province. And this one is, I'm just trying to link the different activity that we're doing. First, just beautifying the Phnom Penh areas, and then with the agricultural development. And then move to the next slide is the picture of the conservation of excavation site 2,500 years ago. And we are just wondering how many people know that there are existing excavation sites. Not many of us know about it. That's the reason the project tried to explore this potential that been hidden, or it's just being not well aware by the public. And this is one of the projects as well. We try to turn it into more attractions with the just right in front of the museums, Angkor Varai museums, and we have potential for river tourism. But not many people know about the histories. Not many people know about the potential tourism that can go to all the way to Vietnam, or you can go for bird watchings and so on, or fisheries. And that area alone, it's very interesting. But if you go there, they don't even have a proper toilet, sanitation facility for tourists. That's the reason the project choose this site, because of the huge potential, but it have not been explored. Move to the next slide, please. And this is just the activity for homestay, try to provide incomes and involve villagers. They are to be the owners and provide income generation for them, livelihood improvement, and lead to poverty alleviations and local development. More please. And a few more slides, just the example of different activity that we're going to do under the projects. But this one is just the phase one of the project cannot cover all the activities because there are huge potential that require a lot of investment. But we have only limited budget. So we start with the grandmaster plant, but we start with a step-by-step, depend on the budget available. And this one just another homestay, and moving to more. The next slide, please. Yeah, this is the floating village that we plan to do as well. Move to another one. Yeah, this one is the souvenir store that we plan to. It's just basically part of the tourism production, tourism service. And move to the next one. Next one, please. I think that pretty much on the development project of the ADB. And for your information, this project also received the support interest from the Hungarian government for different projects, including e-people, clean water supply, Mekong River, Mekong River tourism management, and also bee production as well. So it's multi-sector, multidisciplinary, and the project will be coordinated by the Interministerial Committee at the Council Minister, in which Civil Society Alliance is the secretariat, and they are coordinate. And while the project will go all to the different line ministry that in charge of its sectors. That pretty much the information I would like and the insight I would like to share on the green recoveries initiative that the Mekong and the Cambodia Japan can support to the Mekongs and Cambodia as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pisset, for your interesting presentation, especially on the project you are actually work on. And now I would like to open the floor for Q&A session. And we got the question from our Facebook fan. So he got a question related to the Joe 100 Relic model. What are the significances of the project and how can it help to promote Cambodian environment, culture, and economic?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. It's very interesting, and the project is very significant because, as I highlighted earlier, it's multi-sector, it's intersectoral, it's multidisciplined, and it involves culture. As you can see in the slide, it's at the core of the driven by culture. While we try to develop the project to generate income, to promote economic growth, and by applying the environmental friendly approach, for example, river protection along the Mekong, we try to ensure that minimal, very minimal or zero pollution to the environment, or for example, waste management or what called sewage wastewater are not discharged directly to the rivers. Or we have the forest protection along the river or flooded forest, or we have different which are installed the clean energies like solar power. So we try to promote a more environmentally friendly greens development approach while trying to generate income and promote economic development, and using culture at the core for drivings. And we are also guided by the cultural corridor that we are developing. The government is developing a cultural corridor that go from different side to another, because Cambodians have a lot of historical remains, historical cultural heritage remains that are lying, that are fragmented throughout the countries. And we, one of the key components is also the uniqueness of the village. Village here, if we talk about the community, it's not just the village follow the administrative boundary. We have its unique site, they have the unique capital, unique culture, unique resources. Some areas are land-based, some areas are water-based, and we capitalize on those resources, whether physical, natural, financial, human resources, to maximize the benefit of those potentials and turn them into the growth centers that can support themselves, at the same time support neighboring villages as well. And we hope eventually that we can connect different growth centers of the 100 village, and that can lift Cambodia as a whole to become the one of when we have 100 growth center, it will significantly contribute to economic development of Cambodia and the Cambodian image, the one with a very long history, a very rich culture and civilizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pisset, for your precise answers. And oh, I think we got another one from Ms. Jandavan. What can the Mekong region country, especially Cambodia, get from the Mekong-Japan Green Recovery Initiative? And another question, how many percent has the project achieved so far?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me respond to the first question through the Green Mekong Initiative. Actually, it just fit nicely with the Tokyo Strategy 2018 on the Green Mekong. Japan, you may know that Japan is one of the leaders in environmental stewardship, Kyoto Protocol in climate change 2002. Yeah, that was led by Japan, and Japan play a very important role for Green Mekongs. And through the project, there are different projects. For example, like the project that I just mentioned on the community-based tourism recoveries is one of the projects that can be applied and for that specific areas. And we can also promote the Mekong tourism management, connecting different countries, or we can go for promotion of navigation and so on. So there are a range of areas that the Mekong country can benefit through the trade facilitation, through the green project based or regional project, through that similar type of the project that I mentioned on the place-based people-centered project that can link one country to another. Or for example, the food securities can also link. We have the Mekong region can be the bank of the food bank of the world. So there are different initiatives that the Mekong countries can benefit from Japan, Mekong-Japan cooperations. With regard to the achievement, how to what extent we have achieved so far, we just the government initiated the project was announced in 2019, in January 2019, at the official launch of the Asian Cultural Councils. Cambodia is proud to demonstrate the projects as one of the, because Cambodia is honored to be entrusted by the Asian Cultural Council to put the secretariat in Cambodia, because Asian Cultural Council are member from 52 countries from more than 300 parties, and Cambodia is honored to have that to play that role. So the Royal Government of Cambodia initiated this project to demonstrate that Cambodian, even we are a small country, we can have something to contribute to play leadership roles in the Asian Cultural Council, and we can contribute to the region through these pilot projects. And so far, for the progress, we have visited 24 provinces. We're waiting for Phnom Penh, so we identify almost 100 villages already. And for the next plan, and two other projects I got supported by the ADB, the Japanese Poverty Reduction Fund through the ADB. And while the other projects, other side we already identified, and we will go and do a prepare master plan for each site and action plan as well. And we will work with different donors, with different private sectors to implement different activities. Like I said earlier, the Hungary, they also interested to provide support through tiered loans and grant to different projects, to 4 projects already. So for next year to come, from this year on, when the COVID restriction is a bit less, we will travel and we'll do more work on the Techo. Even it have been only 2 years, but a lot, significant progress has been made.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Pisot. I think we have more questions, but due to time limitation, I would like to end the presentation from at this point. Thank you, Dr. Pisot. And now let us move to a 5-minute break. So we will have a 5-minute break. Please remain online and don't leave this room. And we will resume our program in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. And also please be informed that the second panel is about the panel discussion on the Mekong-Japan Cooperation from geopolitical dimension. So please stay tuned.
Chui ba con ní chụp camera còn on thì mình tiếp tục đi vào thành gì bật
Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that we will resume our program at 10 past 10. So stay tuned. Please stay tuned.
Hello, Sir Thiron. I'm trong tay tí. Lư nhâm thế gì đó.
Lư ta bóng lư ta. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may we ask for another 5-minute break? We need to fix some technical error. Thank you. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now resume our program. So I wish to turn the floor over to the panel discussion on Mekong-Japan Cooperation from Geopolitical Dimension. May I now pass the mic to our moderator, Dr. Chen Kumlong, the second Vice President of ABI and Director of the Center for Governance, Innovations and Democracy of ABI. Dr. Kim Long, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And first of all, let me thank my team from the Asian Vision Institute for coordinating and arranging this very important event today. And also thanks our partners, particularly the Embassy of Japan, and thanks everyone involved. And I think today's panel session 2 on the Mekong-Japan cooperation is a highly relevant one. And from this morning, we have listened from practical insights and experience of a development practitioner, as well as thought leaders from across, spectra of, international development and cooperation areas, from political dimension, from economic and technical dimension, and also from the dimension, of soft cultural parts that Dr. Pisset has shared. At this panel, we will look only at one angle, and that angle is the geopolitical angle, and how geopolitics have shaped geoeconomics, have shaped international cooperation and bilateral relations, as well as multilateral relations of countries in the Mekong region, as well as how it has shaped, the people and people connectivity. So far, we have listened to a lot of those other insights, but at this panel, I have the honor to moderate this session, and with 4 distinguished panelists. Let me start with the first one, is Dr. Chun Baran Chanboray. He is going to share his ideas and with us on the background information, background introduction of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation in relation to the other mechanisms and international cooperation initiative. Dr. Chun Baran Chanboray has been a program director at the Asian Vision Institute, and he is also an advisor to the Cambodian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Dr. Chun Baran Chanboray graduated with a PhD in international political and strategic studies from the Australian National University, among other educational credentials, including the master degree from Lee Kuan Yew University, from Harvard University, the dual degree, and also the MA in diplomacy and international study from Rangsit University, Thailand. And he is a very international scholar. Also, I think he got his bachelor degree from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, one of the well-known think tank in the Mekong. And let me introduce the second panelist, Mr. Mori Nobuoro. Mr. Mori Nobuoro is the first secretary of and chief of political section of the Embassy of Japan. Currently, he has been actively involved in, how to shape the development of the Mekong. And prior to his posting to Cambodia from 2012 to 2014, he was Assistant Director at Information Security Division of the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. And from 2014 to 2019, he served as Assistant Director at Information Safeguarding Division and Humanitarian Assistance and Emergency Relief Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. He graduated with a bachelor degree from Ransomware University. Our third and distinguished panelist is Dr. Sun Sam, currently the Director of Public Relations from Public Relation Department at the Royal University of from the Royal Academy of Cambodia. Sorry, Dr. Sun Som, besides working as the director at the Royal Academy of Cambodia, he has been teaching geopolitics and geoeconomics at the Royal Academy of Cambodia and Canberra University of Cambodia, and he has extensive experience in the international cooperation, particularly on the Mekong as well. Our fourth and final panelist is Mr. Lim Meng Hua. Lim Meng Hua has been the Deputy Director at the Mekong Strategic Study Centers at the Asian Vision Institute. And then he is one of the key person in the center that have been cooperating widely. Meng Hua graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in International Studies and then with a Master of Science in International Relations from the University of Bristol in 2019 in the UK. And I think that's all for the brief introduction of the panelists. And now, can I ask Suthirat, has Bori been back? Yeah. To begin our panel discussion, may I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Chunbaran Chanburai to give his background introduction on the Mekong-Japan Cooperation from different angles, from and also from his experience. Dr. Chunbaran Chanburai, may I turn over the floor to you?
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen Kiplong, for your kind introduction. Excellency, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to join my colleagues in expressing my sincere appreciation to the Embassy of Japan in Phnom Penh for supporting this event. Indeed, the theme of our event today is very timely and relevant, especially from a geopolitical perspective, as the Mekong region has become a new hotspot of the security landscape of the Asia-Pacific region, witnessed by the growing number of sub-regional cooperation frameworks, as well as the increasingly dynamic engagement from external powers. In addition to the sub-regional cooperation frameworks within the lower Mekong themselves, including the Ayeyarwady Chao Phraya Mekong Cooperation Strategy, or ADMEX, the Mekong River Commission, the GMS sub-region cooperation, countries in the regions have created extensive partnerships with external partners, especially with Japan, with India through the Mekong-Ganga Cooperation, with the Republic of Korea, with China through the Mekong-Langchang Cooperation, with the United States through the accreditation from the lower Mekong to the Mekong-US Partnership. And I would like to stress here that the Mekong-US Partnership has been alleviated, signaling the enthusiasm from Washington to engage with the Mekong countries. And most recently, Canberra has launched a new Mekong Australia program with the financial support of around 232 million Australian dollars to the region, with the objective of narrowing a development gap among countries in the region. So these are new dynamics in terms of geopolitical engagement from external powers. I think there are at least three main reasons illustrating external powers engagement in the Mekong sub-region. First, I think the sub-region has become a new growth center in the Asia Pacific, thanks to a rapid economic growth over the past 2 decades or so, democratic dividends, the rise of middle class in the region, with an increasing purchasing power parity. Second, I think the Mekong region is endowed with a vital strategic location as an important gateway to big markets of the ASEAN community, with the combined domestic consumption of around 650 million people and collective GDP of ASEAN of around $3 trillion US. The Mekong sub-region is also a hub of enhanced regional integration and connectivity, especially between ASEAN and the two economic powerhouses of Asia, namely China and India. And finally, I think the surging geopolitical dynamics in the Mekong has something to do with China's growing influence in the region. I think through the bilateral engagement and through the Mekong-Langchang Cooperation, China has increased its economic presence, political clout. And since the establishment of the Mekong-Langchang Cooperation, or MNI, in 2014, China has supported hundreds of projects. In 2020 alone, more than 152 projects, including 20 projects in Cambodia, added into the pipeline of the 5-year plan of action of the LMC from 2018 to 2022, in which China promised to provide around $300 million in grant aids and concession alone. So these are the driving force of dynamic external powers engagement in the region. Excellency, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is without any doubt that the Mekong's engagement with external powers have contributed to the socio-economic development, enhanced well-being of the people in the region, and narrowing development gaps, and of course, the building of ASEAN community. So we should therefore welcome with high appreciation external powers engagement in the Mekong. However, I also note with concern that the rise of China's influence in the region and the efforts of rival external powers to contain China in this part of the world have gradually turned the Mekong sub-region into a dangerous geopolitical battleground in a new evolving security architecture in the Indo-Pacific region. In fact, there have already been some temptations to over-internationalize and even worse, to securitize sub-regional cooperation frameworks in the Mekong. Here, I'm quite blunt to state that some Mekong cooperation frameworks have been apparently used as proxy platform for strategic and geopolitical rivalry. Want it or not, it is the reality that is unfolding in the Mekong sub-region. And it is unhealthy, an unhealthy development for the people of the Mekong, for the cooperation among Mekong countries, and the cooperation between the Mekong countries and the outside world, and of course, for the peace, stability, and prosperity of the region and the broader Asia-Pacific region. On this pessimistic note, I've got a piece of good news. And the good news is that a number of sub-regional cooperation frameworks have been created to promote regional integration, connectivity, to narrow development gaps among, ASEAN members, especially all ASEAN members and the Mekong countries, which are new ASEAN member states, and to, advance equal partnership with external powers. And one among those mechanisms is the Mekong Cooperation. And I think after launching in 2007, as His Excellency Soken correctly said, the Mekong-Japan Cooperation has always been a pioneer in offering an overall improvement of the livelihood of the people in the Mekong. And over the past 2 decades, this cooperation framework has contributed to the cooperation, sustainable economic growth, regional connectivity, and numerous projects have been implemented. And I think the success of this sub-regional cooperation framework lies on its focus on, number 1, practical cooperation, number 2, project-based approach, and number 3, the promotion of synergy and complementarity with regional national development plans, regional and sub-regional integration, and above all, the real needs of the countries in the Mekong, and of course, the local people's ownership. And this connection, the adoption of the plan of actions for the realization of the 2018 Tokyo strategy for Mekong-Japan cooperation is a good illustration, as it is focusing on 3 new practical pillars, namely, number 1, vibrant and effective connectivity, number 2, people-centered society, and number 3, the realization of a green Mekong. As per way forward for the Mekong-Japan cooperation, as well as other regional cooperation frameworks, I wish to humbly make several suggestions. Number 1, any regional cooperation needs to be, number 1, A, open, B, inclusive, and C, complementary, that supports regional connectivity and above all, peace and security in the region. Second, it is critically important for Mekong cooperation frameworks to be based on mutual respect, mutual understanding, and mutual interests, as well as the need for development of countries in this part of the world. Third, people need to be at the center of regional integration and regional cooperation. In this respect, the UN Sustainable Development Goals should remain our lighthouse in guiding us toward a more sustainable, resilient future. Fourth, in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has already posed unprecedented challenges in generations, we need to emphasize on the post-COVID socio-economic recovery in the Mekong region by enhancing A, health security, B, human security, C, human capital development, D, intra-regional trade and investment, E, technological innovation and digital transformation. So these should be our priorities in our post-COVID socio-economic recovery. Fifth, for the simple reason that countries in the Mekong region are in the early stage of development, in which agriculture remains an important foundation for regional economies, we therefore need to prioritize smart farming, innovative villages, and I'm glad that AVI has been conducting, pilot projects on the promotion of smart and innovative villages through the Daeju 100 model village. And we need to emphasize on the importance of diversification, food products and related products of higher value. Lastly, I think there's a need to further enhance cultural links, or in other words, cultural corridor in the Mekong, and the promotion of people-to-people contacts, not only within the Mekong region, but also between the Mekong and the rest of the world. With that note, I wish to end my background briefing here and I very much look forward to having a panel discussion. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chun Baran Chanburai, for your very interesting insights. And I have learned from the points that you share very holistic ideas and systematic ways of building the regional community in the part of the Mekong. Mekong Cooperation with regard to the other stakeholders, and also the hard and also the soft components in the development approach. And in addition to that, this morning we learned a lot. I mean, to highlight and also to echo what you have point out in your remarks is about human security, is about food security, it's about people development center, and all practical cooperation that you propose would be at the end of the day is to serve the needs of society and people using technology, using all practical cooperation and project-based development model, as mentioned. Now I would like to call on all the panelists, to panel session 2 to begin our discussion. Let me set the stage for the panel discussion. I will throw the question to each of the 4 key and prominent panelists in the order. Since Dr. Chun Baran Chanburai has provided his remark, so I will start the question from Dr. Chun Baran Chanburai. You have around 8 to 10 minutes, for 3 or 2 questions, and then the next will be Mr. Mori Nobuoro. Each will have 2 or 3 questions per time limit, followed by the questions to Dr. Sun Sam, and finally to Lim Minh Hua. Dr. Chun Baran Chanburai, you were mentioning about the positive side of cooperation, as well as some of kind of negative aspects of using the Mekong-Japan Cooperation as a geopolitical tools by some. And at the same time, you were mentioning about the Mekong region as a regional hub, as a dynamic region, attracting a lot of attention, not only from Japan, but from the middle powers and global superpowers in the region through many initiatives and programs we have seen so far, including India, China, I mean, in addition to Japan, the US, and then the Republic of Korea. I would like to ask, in connection to the Mekong-Japan Cooperation and the ASEAN community building, how can a country in the Mekong region, facilitate this kind of cooperation to avoid competition? I mean, to foster and synergy and closer cooperation between all the major players in the region, rather than creating a tension or competition in this regard. What is your perspective on this one? And second question is whether currently you have seen any opportunities arising from the Mekong countries cooperation with Japan, US Mekong Power Partnership. We call the JUMP, JUMPP, the Japan US Mekong Power Partnership. So let's first start with the first question, Dr. Bray.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teblong, for the questions. I think sub-regional cooperation frameworks are complementary rather than conflicting with the broader regionalism in Southeast Asia, which is the building of ASEAN community. Let me put it this way. ASEAN is in the process of building its community based on three pillars. The ASEAN Political Security Community, ASEAN Economic Community, and ASEAN Social Cultural Community. In building ASEAN community, we need to promote, the connectivities and understandings among ASEAN member states, especially all ASEAN member states and new ASEAN member states. So the success of regional integration in the Mekong sub-region is a building block rather than a stumbling block for ASEAN community building process. And I think, there can be 4 factors that the successful Mekong cooperation mechanisms can be a building block of ASEAN community building. Number 1, ASEAN has been working on the promotion of ASEAN connectivity, especially with the adoption of the master plan of ASEAN connectivity 2025, focusing on number 1, institutional connectivity, and number 2, physical connectivity, and number 3, people-to-people connectivity. And I think what the Mekong countries and external partners, including Japan, have been doing is to advance connectivity within the Mekong region. As our previous guest speakers have already alluded to, Japan has been working on very important projects, especially the Southern Economic Corridor, East-West Economic Corridor within the Mekong region, which eventually contribute to the promotion of ASEAN connectivity. Second, the Mekong cooperation frameworks are also crucial to spur economic growth, social progress in the Mekong. That we really need in order to narrow development gaps between ASEAN. And ASEAN has been working on the initiative for ASEAN integration, or IAI. IAI is now in work plan 4. And the IAI is to narrow development gaps between ASEAN member states. Number 3, I think the Mekong cooperation frameworks, and of course the role of external partners, has been crucial to promote institutional capacity within the Mekong. And institutional capacity is key for countries in the Mekong in contributing to the building of ASEAN community. So we need talented people, skilled workforces in order to be ready in the building of ASEAN, not only economic community, but also social cultural community. Last but not least, I think that regional integration in the Mekong can be a good training ground to promote the socialization of norms and regional values, especially norms and values related to regionalism, regional integration, and the promotion of shared identities and shared values. With regard to question number 2, it's related to Mekong Japan US power partnership. Is it correct? I think Mekong Japan US power partnership is a new initiative that Japan and the United States proposed, I think, in August 2019, in order to promote electricity utilities and networks within the Mekong sub-region. I think it's a welcoming project, and energy electricity supply are what countries in the region really need to meet the rapidly growing economies in this part of the world. So from my own perspective, I welcome the initiative, and I look forward to studying in more detail about the power partnership. Indeed, it's quite new for many of us in the region, and we need time to further study and to further our policy discussion and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Borai. Yeah, I think we have heard about the perspective and also the ideas shared by Dr. Chun Baranchan Borai. May I now turn to Mr. Mori, and then come back later if we have time to Dr. Borai. Mr. Mori, I would like to hear from you about the perspective, and also, yeah, from yourself, and also from a perspective of Japan and Japanese society as a whole. Japan has been one of the long-standing development partners to the Mekong region for a long time, since the early establishment of the Asean in 1967. And then Japan has also provided a lot of foreign assistance, in other technical assistance that we have listened to our speakers this morning. But what could you explain, the interest of Japan for this long-term, long-standing engagement in the Mekong region from your perspective? And also, what could be Japan's strategic leverage to maximize Japan's interest, as well as interest of countries in the region? I mean, you can respond with any question. First, the first one or the second one. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to API for coordinating and also co-hosting this webinar. And I'm honored to be one of the finalists today. I'm from Japanese embassy and serving as the chief of political section. But some of my remarks would represent my personal views. Japan too. And so as Ambassador Mikami stated in the opening remarks, the Mekong-Japan Summit will be held in Japan this year. And it will be a good chance to further enhance the cooperation between Mekong and Japan. And as you mentioned, the Japan and the Mekong country have a long-standing relationship and history. Going back to the past, and the exchange between Japan and Mekong countries began about 600 years ago. And at that time, Japanese government issued a travel permit to the trading ships traveling to the Southeast Asia, and including Mekong-Region as well. And due to this trade, Japanese people moved to the Mekong regions, and also Japanese towns were formed in the region, including Udon, the ancient capital of Cambodia as well. And also, it is famous in Japan that the small painting or the graffiti of one Japanese visitor at that time still remain at the column of Angkor Wat Temple as well. And regarding the Japan-Mekong Cooperation Framework, which is the theme of this webinar, we have built a cooperative relationship with more than 10 years with Mekong countries, and beginning of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation was from 2003. It was ASEAN-Japan Commemorative Summit, and at that summit meeting, Japan announced that it would provide cooperation for the Mekong regional development as a new initiative. And after that, in 2007, at the CLV, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, Japan Foreign Ministers meeting, the government of Japan announced the Mekong-Japan Regional Partnership Program. And so based on those kind of accumulation of the efforts, and in 2008, the first Mekong-Japan Foreign Ministers meeting was organized in Tokyo. And since then, Japan promoted the cooperation with Mekong countries and has hosted the Mekong-Japan meetings every year. And in August last year, our foreign minister visited Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, and that was the first foreign VIP to visit these countries after the COVID-19 pandemic. And Foreign Minister Motegi also visited Thailand and Vietnam in January last year. So it reflects his commitment to strengthen the relationship with the Mekong countries. So there was no surprise that Prime Minister Suga chose Southeast Asia, Vietnam, and Indonesia to his first overseas destination after taking his office. That is because this region has great importance for Japan. And it is a bit a long introduction, but if I answer the question of Dr. Kim Long, so the Mekong region is the core of the Indo-Pacific, and that connects the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And it is economically, geographically, and diplomatically important. So it is vital for Japan to have peace and prosperity in the region. And this is the intention of Japan to enhance the cooperation with the region as well. And also there is abundant and quality labor force in the Mekong region as well, so which is important from the economic point of view, including the overseas investment by Japanese companies. And we also believe that the stability of the social infrastructure of the entire Mekong region will lead to form a region that is more resilient to the external influences, so, which is also the interest of Japan as well. So the basic idea of Mekong-Japan cooperation from Japanese side is to capture the Mekong region as a whole and further develop the traditional cooperation based on bilateral relationship. And based on this idea, in recent Mekong-Japan cooperation, we set the cooperation for achieving the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, as one of our pillars, and try to move forward the cooperation by utilizing several schemes, including grant aid for grassroots and human security project, and other JICA's scheme as well, to steadily advance the cooperation with the countries in Mekong regions. And responding to the next question from Dr. Kim Long, the Tokyo Strategy 2018 leaders reaffirmed that promoting sustainable development goals to realize that society in which no one left behind, based on the concept of human security, taking into account the specificities of the Mekong countries. It's a key to make a Mekong region further sustainable, diverse, and inclusive. So Japan's approach is to cooperate with Mekong region based on the needs and the challenges that emerge from Mekong countries themselves. And so that is to respect the ownership of Mekong country. And I believe that this approach will lead to maximization of the interests of both Japan and Mekong country as well. And the Mekong region's growth and the stable development of the social infrastructure create a positive cycle of business, investment, and also trade, which in turn benefits Japan as well. And in addition to that, under this Mekong-Japan Cooperation, Japan has never forced Mekong countries to make a difficult choice that over each country, and has always been close to the Mekong countries and has been on the same path of the development together as an equal partner. And I would like to introduce that recently Singapore's Yusof Ishak Institute published the result of the survey of the state of Southeast Asia 2021. This is an online survey of a total of around 1,000 people from ASEAN member countries, including experts, business people, or government official NGOs, and regional or international organization people as well. And in that result, there was a following question. How confident are you that Japan will do the right thing to contribute to global peace, security, prosperity, and governance? And the answer, the confidence was 67.1%. It was the highest or the most trusted major powers in the region by that survey. And Cambodia, Japan is most trusted in Cambodia actually in that survey. So this is not limited to the Mekong countries, but looking at this result, we feel that the efforts or the approach Japan took so far are properly evaluated by the people of Southeast Asian countries. And this sense of trust, I think, is one of the leverage of Japan in cooperating with Mekong countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mori-san, for your sharing of the very interesting and useful, insight. I think what I can summarize quickly is, the purpose and the objective of Japan's engagement in the Mekong region is, to build the economic growth of the region, balancing the development with the green recovery, green growth, and the new initiative, and also, to engage the region, to engage in this diverse, resilient, and inclusive Mekong sub-region, so that, at the end of the day, we will achieve the prosperity for humanity, not only for the Mekong region, for Japan and for countries in Asia Pacific and in the world. Thank you so much. I think if we have time, I will come back with some further questions to follow up. May I now turn to Dr. Soon Som. Now we have a panelist, from Cambodian. I would like to learn from the Cambodian perspective with regard to Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Dr. Soon Som, may I ask you whether Cambodia has benefited a lot from the Mekong initiative, the Mekong-Japan Cooperation, and out of those, the experiences in this cooperation framework, the Mekong-Japan Cooperation framework, what do you see as challenges and what do you see as new opportunities to capitalize on? I mean, during this period of time. Person Sam, please.
Yes, I hear you. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen Kim-Long. First of all, I just would like to say I'm honored that I got this opportunity to share my opinion in this wonderful forum. As the previous speakers that presented this morning, actually all the ideas are wonderful, and I think I almost have nothing to say more. But in this perspective, I just want to mention that because Cambodia is one of the small country in Asean, and also as one member in the Mekong region. And in the Mekong region, which consists of 5 countries, there are 3 main powerful countries that want to be friends with the Mekong countries. So as the previous speaker mentioned that there are both opportunity and challenges that emerge from the friendship with many powerful countries. But for Cambodia and for the relation between Cambodia, or for the benefit that Cambodia can absorb from the Mekong-Japan Cooperation, is that because Cambodia is one of the developing countries, and Cambodia still need to develop a lot of infrastructure inside Cambodia. At this point, I think Cambodia got the big opportunity from the Mekong-Japan Cooperation, because as you see in Phnom Penh, you see like in Chirojangwa Bridge, because in that bridge you see 2 different bridges. One bridge is donated by the Chinese government, and another bridge is donated by the Japanese government. I think the bridge in Chirojangwa, so the big example that Cambodia is having inside the country. I mean that in this case, if Cambodia, I mean, it is very important for Cambodia to use the smart foreign policy, or to have the flexible foreign policy, because something that Cambodia needs right now is the social development. But like I like what everyone, like the previous speaker mentioned, opportunity and problems come at the same time. So it is very important that Cambodia know how to take advantage from different initiatives. I mean, because we have the Lanchan Mekong Cooperation, we have the Mekong US Partnership, and we have the Mekong-Japan Partnership. To be honest, if we just talk diplomatically, we may think that the different powerful countries should have the complementary to each other. That is what our guest owners mentioned. But geopolitically, each country, they always understand what is the requirement of their country, and they always fight to gain what they need for their country. That is the nature, and we have to accept that nature. I think I agree with what the Chanbarai mentioned before this, that because he is very optimistic about the Mekong and also about the ASEAN. So I don't want to repeat that words. But for me personally, I think it is very important for Cambodia to have the smart foreign policy, or to have the flexible foreign policy. And one more thing that that Cambodia or the small countries should do in the initiative or in the partnership with in the Mekong countries, I mean, because like I mentioned previously, we have China, we have the US, and we also have Japan that are waiting to have the Mekong countries to develop their countries. But sometimes as the small countries like Cambodia or Laos, the small countries should, I can say, should brave enough or should dare to talk about the real requirement of the countries. Because if we just say yes, for example, if there is one agreement for the region and as a requirement of the region, and as the small country like Cambodia, we don't need, we don't have enough that capacity to sign that agreement. So I think Cambodia should be brave enough to mention about what is the real need and what is the real requirement for Cambodia development. So there to talk about something that we need is what Cambodia or the small countries should do. And one more thing is that for the previous speaker, I'm not sure if you raised that question, but I should talk in advance because we talk a lot about the economic recovery for the Mekong countries during the COVID-19 or after the COVID-19. But I just would like to mention two points here as the small country like here, like Cambodia, that is a member of the Mekong region, is that we, Japan, I mean, because let me say that Japan is one of the, I always said that Japan is one of the trusted friends of the Mekong countries, because Mekong countries have different political system, and some country is the communist country and some country is the democratic country, but Japan have good relation with all those countries that have different political system. So that is what we should be appreciate, and that is what we should not ignore. I mean, how Japan know how to perform, Japan know how to keep good relation with all countries that have different political system. So yeah, that is what I want to mention. And another one is that, like Mori mentioned in his speech, that Japan did not force the Mekong countries or the ASEAN country to choose side or to choose Japan. That is what I appreciate. That. So create more opportunities among the Mekong country is the only way. I mean, I'm sorry, let me get back to one point, is that I think because Japan is one of the trusted friends for the Mekong region. So it is very important if, just for example, because like so far the Prime Minister of Cambodia, he mentioned about the rise association of the Mekong countries. So I believe that if Japan requests the Mekong countries to create the rice association to export rice to sell in Japan on behalf of the Mekong countries, that would be much appreciated, and that would be much improved for the small Mekong countries like Cambodia and Laos. Yeah, thank you, and that would be great if there are any questions or any comments on my speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sun Som. It's very interesting. And if I may, let me summarize what you would like to share during your intervention. You mentioned that for Cambodia, as a small state in the region, we should play smart. I mean, play smart, use smart diplomacy. You know, and I do agree with that point. You know, and I think the next question, but maybe after Meng Hua, if we have time, I will ask a continuing question. And now may I turn to Meng Hua. We have about 5 minutes, Meng Hua, 6 minutes. Meng Hua, you have been waiting for a while, and then we have been listening to bombarded questions and also with the insights from many senior speakers so far. In your idea, what else could be done to enhance a deeper and more comprehensive Mekong-Japan cooperation in line with all the other initiatives being proposed, whether it is about Asean digital connectivity, about road and infrastructure connectivity, all of those. What else? I mean, we have listened a lot, both challenges and opportunities. Please, Mihua.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Long, and thank you to all the panelists that are joining us right now. Well, if we are talking about the framework of Mekong-Japan Cooperation, I could say that in overall picture, the initiative from Japan and also the cooperation of between Japan and Mekong countries has already been on the right track. I could see that Japan has contributed a lot in helping Mekong countries development, and also in helping the Mekong country reaching its vision and also the missions. If I may, I would like to highlight a few other aspects that the Mekong countries and also Japan could enhance deeper cooperations. Number one, of course, it is about Japan and Mekong country should continue focusing on infrastructure development and institutional development, because infrastructure development is a key for regional connectivity, and regional connectivity will ensure that the region can strive for a peaceful and prosperous development. So infrastructure will also become a key for this regional cooperation. Also, besides infrastructure development, I could see that human resource development will also be another key aspect for this regional cooperation, because the Mekong region is rich not only in natural resources but also in human resources. So it is vital for the region to to enhance this potential to make sure that it meets the demand for the development of not only for the Mekong framework but also for the ASEAN framework as a whole. So I think human resources should be another key aspect that the Mekong country should enhance. One more thing, it is about we cannot ignore the sustainable development. Of course, the development must come with sustainability. In this case, I might refer to the development with an environmental sustainability, because without environment, we will not have a sustainable, development in the region. That's why the Mekong-Japan cooperation should also focus on that sustainable development. Next, it is about cooperation. We cannot ignore the other partners. We cannot ignore the other, let's say, external players in the region. If possible, the Mekong region, the Mekong countries, in Japan and other external partners should be working, more comprehensively, more constructively, to make sure that the initiative from all players will be complementary to one another. In this case, in this connection, I would like to stress the important role of private sector as well, because private sector is also a key to the development of the region and also the development of each individual member states. Private sector, with the enhancement of private sector, we can talk more about digitalization. We can talk more about entrepreneurship. We can talk about the sustainable development and so on and so forth. So private sector in here I see it is a key factor also in fostering a deeper cooperation between Japan and Mekong countries. Finally, I would like to say that again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall cooperation or activity from Japan in the Mekong countries has already been on the right track. But maybe we should focus on publicity of the activity from the Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Here I refer to that, we should ensure that the cooperation framework from Japan to the Mekong region may be also extended to the ASEAN framework, could be all well acknowledged by, every level of people, not only to the government official, but also to the ordinary people, because this will be a key aspect to promote, people-to-people connection, and people-to-people connection will be significant to promote, not just a bilateral relation, for example, bilateral relation between Japan and Cambodia, but also the regional cooperation between Japan and the Mekong countries as well. So in this case, people-to-people connection or heart-to-heart relation will be another key as well for the enhancement of the cooperation of Mekong-Japan. So thank you for that. That is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Menhur. And I like the idea of a heart-to-heart connection, people-to-people connectivity, and particularly with the focus of private sector engagement, private sector engagement between countries in the region, as well as the Mekong and Japan. And that brings me to the attention of how to promote that, and also the public-private sector, public-private partnership, not only within one country, but also within countries in the region, in the promotion of infrastructure project, in the development of human resources. And to be honest, I'm also part of the product of Japan. I did my master degree at Kobe University in Japan under the scholarship of Japanese government, and that angle, infrastructure and soft infrastructure in the human sector development is really important. It's really key. And I think now, because of the time, let me close of this panel session, but it will be followed by question and answer. Question and answer to the panelists. Let me now turn the floor to the MC. MC, please coordinate with the question and answer and direct the question and answer to and the question to our four panelists.
Thanks, Dr. Kim Long, for offering me back the floor. And I believe that there are many questions both through the Zoom and also from Facebook as well. Let me first post the question from Facebook. Mr. Chia Setla, he said that thank you so much for the great webinar, and he would like to know the panelists' presenter perception on what should Mekong power country or partnership or cooperation such as Mekong-Japan, Mekong-US, Mekong-Lanchan do to save the Mekong, based on the presentation. Yes, and including the hydropower development, agriculture, irrigation, and water related in the Mekong country, Yes, that's the first question. And would you like more question, or we can just answer question by question? Doctor?
To me, probably you can read through a couple of questions so that our panelists would prepare in advance.
Okay. Yeah, and the next questions posed by Mr. Tongmeng David. Japan and China has been active actor in aid and development in cooperations with the Mekong region country. Last year, the first Mekong-US partnership was formed and upgraded from the Lower Mekong Initiative in 2009. Seems like he knows a lot. It was seen as the counter-projectile against the Mekong-Lanchan Initiative. In your own opinion, what are the challenges that Japan faced in between the US and China competition in this region? Another one from Prof Bang. Water is one of the most human survival necessary consumption element. For instance, a healthy human being required over 2 liters, blah, blah, blah. Does Cambodian government take into a serious concern on the water, especially water management in the Mekong Delta? I think that is all. And another question from Mr. Lunpik Dara. What do you think about the water resource management Mekong River in the Mekong region, especially the lower water in the Mekong region? And another one, Mr. Henrik Ong, what is your opinion in synergizing Japan-Mekong Cooperation and US Mekong Partnership? I think that should be all. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Satirot maybe, I don't know which direction, which questions should direct to panelists. You know that. Do they mention the name?
No, they don't. They actually post the question to all the presenter and panelists, even the guest speaker.
So maybe we invite our panelists to answer the first question. Dr. Borai, are you comfortable with the first question?
Thank you, Dr. Kumlong, and so thank you, Satirot, for the question. The first question is related to water management, and the person that asked the question focusing on how countries in the region can do to save the Mekong. As I mentioned in my background presentation, there are a number of sub-regional cooperation frameworks that have been engaged in the promotion of economic growth and also in the management of the Mekong River. China has recently announced its willingness and readiness to share water data in its Langchang River that flow to the Mekong River. And I think it's an encouraging development because if the water data can be shared across the region, we can be better prepared in our response to the fluctuation of water level. And it's also important for us to have a proper intervention to ensure food security in this part of the world. The United States has also expressed its interest in this area, especially in the collection and management of water data of the Mekong River. I think we welcome those interests and engagement as far as the water data management is concerned. But I have a concern here. The concern is that it is not healthy for all major powers, and of course, countries in the Mekong themselves, to politicize water data, to securitize the Mekong River. And there have been some temptations to do so. For the interests of the community who depend on the Mekong River, who depend on development assistance that external powers have been providing to the region, we should focus more on regional development, the enhancements of regional connectivity, including connectivity through the Mekong River. We should further promote the sharing of water data that I have alluded to earlier for the real benefits of development in the Mekong. I think the next 3 questions are related to Japan, and I think for a second question, what should Japan do amidst a growing Sino-US rivalry? Perhaps I should leave the question to Mori-san to respond.
Hi. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, now the COVID-19 pandemic expand worldwide, and the need for international cooperation is increasing. So it is very important for the powers to build a stable relationship, especially for the US and China, from the perspective of peace and stability in the international community. And in such an international situation, I think, the Mekong-Japan Cooperation has the power to truly unify the region and bring to the mutual benefit to the both external powers and also the Mekong region as well. And also for Japan, it is a good thing to collaborate with other countries such as the United States or China. They have increased their cooperative relationship with Mekong region. And in fact, I'd like to introduce that Japan has held the China-Japan Mekong policy dialogue with China for 6 times already, and also participated in the US-led Lower Mekong Friends meeting as well. And and also, I think it is the key that the cooperation should be rule-based and transparent. And as Ms. Kamei said in the previous panel, Ms. Kamei from JICA said in the previous panel that China come into the donor coordination framework, it will be very much welcome by other countries as well. And so now I think it is important not to consider the current situation as a scramble for the interest of the Mekong regions by the foreign countries, Japan or US or China. But I think we should have the perspective of building relationship with external partners with an appropriate balance. And one more thing, I think the most undesired scenario for the Mekong countries is to be forced to choose side. And in order to avoid such situation, Mekong countries or ASEAN countries itself try to control the influence of these great powers by forming different frameworks such as Mekong-Japan Cooperation or US Mekong Cooperation or Lancha Mekong Cooperation or other cooperation with other countries. So I think the Mekong country or ASEAN country now will experienced or the smart enough to manage such kind of situation. And yes, so this is I think my perspective for managing the balance between these countries. I would also like to hear about the perspective from the other participants on this issue as well. Thank you.
Yes. So, is there any idea from Mr. Ming Hu and also Dr. Sun Som? Would you like to share any idea on the forward question?
Yes, I think because of the time limitation right now, we almost run out of time. But I just would like to say a few words with our previous speaker. I mean, because if we're talking about how to solve the Mekong River at this time, it is very challenges. And I mean, because usually we always said that there are 5 countries in the Mekong, but actually we have to accept that China is one part of the Mekong countries. And I mean, like there are so many hydropowers in China, and also our member like in Laos who also depend on the hydropowers in order to produce electricity to support the internal economics of the country. And I think the requirement for social development of the members of the Mekong is one part of the main challenges already. And like I read the books written by American scholars. Like I have one friend like Brian Ellis, who is the expert on the Mekong, that he like to mention a lot about the challenges in the Mekong rivers. So I just want to say each country they need special development for their own country, and the Mekong has been used in different parts and different areas for the social development. I mean, for example, Cambodia may need use some part to support the country, and Laos or Thailand also need some part of the Mekong to for the social development that we cannot deny, and that is the realities that we have to accept. So I think using the modern technologies, and also sometimes the countries need to devote. It is hard to say that devote when we talking about the country development. So yeah, it is complicated. So I just want to say the Mekong rivers has been developed in different parts and by different countries. One more thing is that, I mean, because like Mori, you have already mentioned about, I mean, the Japanese role in the Mekong, and I remember that the question is about the challenges of Japan among the US and China inside the Mekong. I just want to express my my own just very short idea. I mean, because I think because Japan is the very close reliance of the United States, so depends too much or on the US or sometimes the change in the US foreign policy. I believe that it is also one of the problem for Japan. For example, during under the administration of President Trump, that Japan need to have or need to negotiate with China somehow. I mean, so that just in short, I mean, because we are running out of time, but I think Japan is need to perform among the powerful countries as well, even though Japan is one of the powerful countries, but to stay in the middle is one of the hard things to perform. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Sun Song. So I think we got another question from Mr. Henry Ong. From Cambodia perspective, in what way could the external power cooperate to avoid the strategic adversary? May I pose this question to Mr. Minh Hua? And even Dr. Barai? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I just would like to make a very short comments, not specifically to that question, but to the overall picture of Mekong-Japan Cooperation. You know, a Mekong region is not only rich in natural resources, but also rich in you know, cultural diversity. So maybe there could be a connection here, you know, between the diverse cultural the cultural connectivity with you know, tourism aspect. So maybe this could be another interesting aspect that Japan and Mekong countries could work together. Amidst it might be the perspective that Japan could look into amidst the geopolitical rivalry between the U.S. and China, because it is a very challenging situation, not just to the Mekong region, but also to the international arena as a whole. So that is all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minghu. What about Dr. Barai? Would you like to share any of your perspective on the question?
Thank you, Stilwell. I think we are now living in an unprecedented and critical time, not only because of the global challenges deriving from non-traditional security issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, but also because of the increasingly sharpened geopolitical rivalry among major powers, in particular between China and the United States. Our region, the Mekong included, has been feeling the pressure from the increasing rivalry. And for small states, it's even more challenging to navigate through the geopolitical turbulences of our times. As a way forward, I think for small states like Cambodia, we need to continue upholding our fundamental principles of neutrality, non-alignment, and the new context, the context of regional integration, the context of globalization. So I might label the approach as neutrality and non-alignment with flexibility. And this is the way out of the geopolitical turbulences. Having said that, they have a lot of misperceptions and misunderstandings of Cambodia's foreign policy, especially towards major powers in the region. And it's very sad and unfortunate that such misperceptions continue to be promoted at the expense of Cambodia's peace and opportunity for development. And the first misperception is that Cambodia has been falsely accused of, economically over-dependent on China. And I think it's not true. Of course, China has been one of the most important economic partners, development partner for Cambodia. But we try to diversify our economic relations with other partners and major powers. And Japan is a good example. Japan is now one of the major sources of foreign direct investment in Cambodia, with mega projects like Ijon Malls 1, 2, and now 3. And this is the illustration of Cambodia's effort to diversify its economic relations with the outside world. The second misperception is that Cambodia's close relations with China has been incomprehensively understood from only, international political economy. But we need to understand strategic calculation on the importance of China for Cambodia and other countries in the regions as well. No one can ignore the growing importance, both in terms of economic and political and strategic considerations of China for Southeast Asia and for the Indo-Pacific at large. So, China has launched the Belt and Road Initiative back in 2013. And it's a multi-trillion mega project, US dollars mega projects that will play a very important role in the promotion of regional prosperity. And countries in the regions, friends and foes of China alike, have been trying, to be benefiting from these mega projects. And Cambodia has a very legitimate reason to be benefiting from this mega project as well, like other countries in the region. The third misperception is that Cambodia has been accused of entirely embracing China and without any interest and willingness to diversify its foreign relations to the outside world. And it is untrue, it is false. We have been trying to diversify our relations, diplomatic relations with the outside world. We have, strengthened our bilateral relations with Japan, and the bilateral relationship has been upgraded into a strategic partnership. And Cambodia has only, two strategic partners. Number one, China, and number two, Japan. And we also, long to have more strategic partners with other major powers in the region. But diplomacy and international relations is like a two-way traffic. We cannot express our interests without, reciprocal treatment from our partner. If let's say India, Russia, Australia express their intention to have a strategic partnership with Cambodia, I believe that Cambodian leader would be more than happy, to upgrade our relations with those countries into strategic partnership. So those are unfortunate misperceptions on our foreign policy direction, and those misperceptions has been very unfortunate for Cambodia's image, its potential role in the region. Although the Cambodian government has been trying to explain, but I think we need to do more to let the world better understand the foreign policy direction of our country, which is neutrality, non-alignment, and regional and international engagement.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Beret, for the very clear and precise explanation on the question. So I would like to give back the floor to Dr. Kim Long to make a wrap-up session, and then after that, we will move to the closing session. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for the enthusiasm and as well as for sharing the insight and expertise of the four panelists. We have heard a lot. Allow me to briefly sum up key points. But in fact, our key speakers have summed up already. First of all is embracing of partners, all partners, and external relation between Mekong country and external partners should be made in a complementary way rather than in a competing approach. So embracing all dialogue partners, development partners, regional and international partners in a more engaging and more practical approach, in all sectors, including the environment, including the infrastructure development. And at that angle, the balancing of external relations. For Cambodia as a small state, for other Mekong countries as a growing and more dynamic and resilient economies, they also should engage actively and based on mutual trust, mutual respect, and mutual interest. With all of this, I think the region is likely to be more prosperous and to be a strategic partner, whether with China, or whether with Japan, whether with the US, and whether with the other regional partners. But as way forward, the promotion, the development, and the implementation of all of these initiatives and programs must targeting the hard infrastructure development for bridging countries in the region to countries in ASEAN and to the wider scope with the external partner, with Japan, for instance. So infrastructure connectivity and investment in infrastructure will be key. In addition to that, the preservation, the protection of water resources, as well as the promotion of green growth and green recovery frameworks in line with national development of each country will be key and will be important. So engaging the countries through or under the Mekong-Japan Cooperation should also look at the soft power, which is the human development sectors. The third is the cultural connectivity, as suggested by our speakers, benefiting from the cultural diversity and the richness of the culture in the region would probably allow Japan to, as well as Mekong, to navigate, very well, to navigate the challenges of power competition, geopolitical rivalry within the region. As well as to seek lasting peace and solution for country in the region. And that comes to the end of my summary. Thank you so much for your patience and for your insight.
So thank you, Dr. for
turn the floor to the MC. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So thank you, Dr. Kim Long, for turning the floor back to me. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached, almost come to the end of the webinar today. And to mark this end, may I now respectfully invite Honorable Norita Da Morita, Chairman of the Visionary Group of ABI, to deliver his impression and closing remark. Honorable Morita-san, would you mind share your impression and closing remark? Hello. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that Honorable Narita-san, our chairman of Visionary Group, actually got some internet difficulty back in Tokyo. So may I now proceed to our last guest of honor. May I now cordially invite His Excellency Mr. Suyara, the Vice Chairman of the Commission on Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, Information and Media of the National Assembly of Cambodia and the Director General of Asian Cultural Council to deliver his impression and closing remark on our webinar today. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Hello. You hear me, Tirot?
Yes, yes, Excellency, please.
Yes, first of all, let me greet to all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we heard a lot from our previous speakers, and we thank you today for Dr. Chamratis, our board members who were present here in the morning at the opening session. And we heard a lot from Excellency Ambassador Mikami Masahiro. So let me come into my closing remark. It is my pleasure to be part of this high-level seminar on the challenges in the Mekong regions, role of the Mekong-Japan Cooperation, organized by the Asian Vision Institute with the support from the Embassy of Japan in Phnom Penh. I would like to stress here that Japan is one of the most reliable development partners of Cambodia and the Mekong region. Taking this opportunity allowed me to express my sincere gratitude to the people and government of Japan for supporting Cambodia over the past decade for peacemaking process to nation building and sustainable development. Emerging from the ash of civil war and one of the most miserable chapters in human history, Cambodia has enjoyed peace, harmony, and developments as a result of the win-win policies initiated and successfully implemented by some like Prime Minister Hun Sen. In terms of political system, Cambodia's multi-party democracy has stood the test of time. Despite its imperfection, the light of Cambodian democracy keeps shining bright in the Mekong region. It is without any doubt the Mekong region is a new growth centers as well as strategic frontiers of the Asia-Pacific regions. Cambodia is geopolitically located at the center of the dynamic regions. In this context, Cambodia has potentially to project itself as the bridging state of the Mekong region that could contribute regional peace, development, and democracy. That's Cambodia dreams. The result of today's discussion will definitely contribute to the promotion of mutual understanding and trust building, and especially to shed light on the important role of Japan in promoting regional development and connectivity in the Mekong region. Ultimately, a peaceful, prosperous, and resilient Mekong region is the central of ASEAN community. The seminar has also delivered several practical policy recommendations that we can apply to further deepen Japan-Mekong cooperation and partnership. I personally believe that trust is the most important capital in connecting Japan and Mekong regions. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight several points discussed today. The panel discussion centers upon socio-economic dimension in the Mekong region and cover various topics ranging from climate change, food security, water management, other Mekong cooperative framework, green recovery initiative, to digitalization in the regions, have offered substantial and informative knowledge. We value the role of JICA in promoting the realization of the cooperation in the Mekong-Japan Partnership. With regard to the discussion on the evolving geopolitical landscape in the Mekong region, I am of the view that as long as we maintain multi-layer, multi-stakeholder dialogue and partnership building across the board, then we could build a complementary and synergy between different regional initiatives. Cambodia, like other countries in the Mekong region, has a firm belief in open and inclusive regionalism. We believe that regional integration, connectivity, is the mean toward national and regional development and poverty reduction. I wish to see more projects and programs in rural development and poverty reduction in the Mekong regions. In this regard, I would propose forming a cultural corridor, smart village network, smart city network, and digital connectivity in the Mekong regions, so that we could further strengthen the spirit of regional community in which no one is left behind. I wish to see more dialogue and practical cooperation between the Embassy of Japan to Cambodia with homegrown think tanks like the Asian Vision Institute in promoting human security, people centers, and sustainable development. We notice the sincere and trustful leadership of Excellency Mr. Mikami Mishahiro, who have contributed strongly in the community connectivity and quality partnership to build heart-to-heart with the people of Cambodia through the grassroots communication. On that note, I wish all of you good health and success in your endeavor. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Suhira for the very motivational remarks. And Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to an end of the webinar on the challenges in the Mekong region, the role of Mekong-Japan Cooperation. Thank you for your attention and priceless participation. I wish you good luck and stay safe. Thank you. You may leave the room now. Thank you and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.